So do I need to wear this if we're 6 feet apart, do you think? Okay. She's over there. Okay. There's the Officer Lupo. He's a boy. He's a good boy. Who's a good boy? That makes my night. That makes my night. Hey, boy. Lupo. He's a good boy.
I'm sorry?
He's a good boy.
Yeah, when they ask if they've been pulled, I'll say yes, A3 and
Oh, he's coming? You're a good boy. Oh, he's a sweetheart.
Are we all back now?
I hope, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, we're back.
Be safe out there. I love you.
We're about ready.
Now I got dog hair all over me.
Let me know when we're ready.
So he's a lover.
Okay, I believe we're ready, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to resume the meeting.
Okay, consent is through A7 and then E1. Okay.
We're ready, Mr. Mayor. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, and, Noah, can you text Rowan that you'll be on?
Oh, yeah.
He's having problems with
I'm
it.
here.
Oh,
I'm on
Okay.
the line. Thank
Okay.
you.
sorry about that, Rowan.
What? I could put it on until I talk. Oh, that's him? Right on.
Yeah, I know. That's ridiculous.
I need to get a t-shirt before I get out of here.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I don't know what's going on today. All right, this time I'm going to resume the meeting of June 15th, 2020. Vice Mayor Spencer, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. Stand, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Spencer,
Present.
Councilmember Lenore,
Present.
Mayor Velasquez,
Here.
Interim City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson,
Here.
Interim Police Chief Reynoso.
Here.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of June 15th, 2020 was posted on the bulletin board on June 10th, 2020 at 4:40 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. City Manager, will you please report out in closed session?
That would be the city attorney that does that for us.
I'm City Attorney.
That's all right.
We're
Thank,
giving you another job too, City Manager.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report out of closed session is that the city council discussed in closed session those items agendized for closed session discussion, and direction was given to staff and negotiators. The city council adjourned from closed session at 6:31 p.m.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move to the oath of office for a new canine officer.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, it's a good day today for us. Anytime we have a swearing in and adding to our department. As you know, the council last year approved the continuation of our K-9 program with the retirement of K-9 Freeze. You saw the success in our program and graciously agreed to fund the continuation of our program. So I want to report, by the way, that Freeze is living his retirement really good right now and is forever home, along with Detective Melgoza and his family. Today we have Officer Jason Hutchins here. He was selected to be our newest K-9 handler. He has been with an officer with the Hollister Police Department for over 3.5 years now. He has been a police officer for over 14 years and has been a K-9 officer handler for 9 of those 14 years. Lupo was acquired when our agency searched several available canines. It is really important to find the right canine with the right partner and handler. Lupo is a 4-year-old Belgian Malinois from the Netherlands, and Jason and Lupo have been partnered for 4 months now in training. And Lupo is now certified as a narcotics detection and apprehension canine. I hear in his free time, Lupo likes spending time with the kids playing in the pool. So he's a really good boy. So state law allows us for special conditions for police canines. They're really special. And the swearing in is, of course, largely ceremonial, but we want to emphasize like our people officers, Lupo and canines across the country will be faced with potentially dangerous situations and risk their own lives for the communities that they serve. They will serve together as partners and together making a difference in Hollister. So Nova, if you give us the honor of administering the oath, I'm sure Jason will help with the translation.
Okay, so I'll read the oath and then we'll just go from there. I, K-9 Officer Lupo, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and I promise to serve and protect the residents of Hollister and protect my human officer, Jason Hutchins. I only ask for compassion and a kind word, and that I will, well and faithfully, discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Do you understand? Okay. Good job. Okay. So I do have
tags, but we carry our names on the badge. So we have a badge here for K-9 Officer Lupo, K-9 number 3. I'd like to pin it on your partner. Hopefully on the badge. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
I'd like to recuse myself, Mr. Mayor, if I may, from items A3 and A4 from voting, and if there's any discussion. I will be leaving the Zoom, Nova. My phone's not working. If you can email me to my city email, then I will happily jump on right after. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Is anybody gonna pull those?
No, we're not pulling him, he's abstaining
he's abstaining.
from those two items.
I have a member of the public that wants to pull A3 and A4 if those aren't already.
Okay.
All right. If we're gonna have that discussion now, then I'll go ahead and
Good.
recuse myself.
Yeah, and Councilmember Spencer?
Yes, I know, I'm recusing myself now.
So let's, Councilmember Senders, are you still there?
Yeah, just please send me an email to my
Yeah,
city.
we're gonna finish off the other parts first. We're gonna vote and then you can recuse yourself, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Any other items? All right, is there a motion from
Excluding
the
those.
council?
Yes, I move that we approve the consent calendar excluding, A3 and A4.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second,
Second.
All right, motion is second. All in favor?
aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, so Councilmember Spencer and Resendez can recuse themselves or leave the room now.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we ready?
Yes.
Speaker, please.
Elias Salinas.
Good afternoon, Mayor Velasquez and Councilwoman Lenore. I am here to recommend, against denial and accepting the claim against the city filed by Irma Gonzalez on May 26, 2020. It is very well documented. Councilman Resendez also admitted to having violated these allegations against Ms. Gonzalez, and there is no reason for it to be denied if your council member has already admitted that this is what he did. So I am speaking, well, go ahead and I can, if that's okay with the mayor, I can combine A3 and A4 the same, so I don't have to come back up for A4. I'm going to repeat myself for the same thing. So Mayor, what would you like to do?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, what?
Go ahead and make the other, for the other item you're talking about.
Okay, so I am recommending that, against what staff is saying, a recommendation against the claim, and I think the city should take responsibility, should take up ownership on what Mr. Resendez has done out there representing the city and violating people's civil rights. He's already admitted to it, and I think it would be the most economical way is to go about doing this and accepting the claims and trying to make sure that Councilman Resendez is reprimanded in this as well without also, and it's going to cost the city. So I think the most economical solution to the city is to settle these claims without having to go to litigation. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other speaker cards?
There are no other speakers.
Okay, just for the record, I want to make sure we're clear. I heard an accusation that Councilmember Resendez admitted to it. No, this is untrue. This is a constant barrage of attacks, including from the speaker, another threat of a claim. So, as I've said many times, please, everyone, let's move past these behaviors and just start moving forward with working for the city rather than threats of lawsuits and everything else. Okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me?
Councilman Lenore, go ahead.
Sometimes there's consequences for your actions. And I think there's a little bit of blame on both sides. I wish you maybe would acknowledge that there's inappropriate behavior by Councilman Resendez. You never seem to quite say that. But you do say a lot about Councilmember Spencer being inappropriate. It's a two-way street. So I got to tell you, I do respect their right to voice their opinions. I think I've said before that Elia is a member of the public. There's no rule that tells us what she can say and what she can't say. I would never do that to anybody, and if you do it to one, you're going to have to do it to more. So I'm inclined to respect their issue there, but still, it should run the course of normal business, and that is to deny the claims, and we do them all that way. It's not just this.
Yeah.
We'll let it run the
Is that your
course. That's my opinion.
Is
Okay.
that your motion?
That is my motion, to let it run the normal course of a person filing a claim against the city.
Thank you. Your motion, I'll second it. So the vote, please. Councilman Lenore?
Aye. What?
Aye.
How do we do a
The two
vote?
of us.
The two of us? No?
Yeah, to deny the claim. Yes, us.
Okay.
Two. Okay?
So I do make that motion.
Yes, and I second it.
Only.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna move to item C, public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have Councilmember Resendez back on?
Not yet.
Not yet. I did let him know that it was okay to come back.
Okay. We'll wait for him to come back on board.
I hate these things. It messes with my hair. It's all stuck on my ear. I'll just leave it off. What are we waiting for?
Did you send it through email to his?
Yeah, I emailed and.
Oh, we're ready for rolling.
And I'm back, thank you.
I read it somewhere. Hang on.
I'm back, everyone. I don't know if we're taking a break.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. He's back.
Yeah, we hear you, Rowan. We're waiting on the mayor.
Let's see. are you?
No, I'm not. No.
Maybe it was the Benito Link article. That threw me off.
Oh, yes, I am. Right
You
there.
are? Okay, she found it.
Just on the second one.
Okay, I thought I read it.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we on now? Are we at E1?
We're, yes, E1. What are we waiting for?
Are we taking a break, guys?
No,
I think the
mayor's on
mayor
a-
lost his
the
We
audio,
lost the mayor again.
so
We
we're
lost
waiting
the
for
mayor
him
and the
to rejoin and
technology.
then,
Okay.
yeah, it happened during.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's try this again. Can you all hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I don't know what is going on with the phones today, but it's giving me a problem. All right, so we are going to public input. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, the first speaker is Elia Salinas.
Good evening. I would like to once again remind Mayor Velasquez and Councilman Resendez, the California Fair Political Practices Committee under the ethics state that elected officials' faces must be visible to the public to assure you are listening and/or paying attention, and you continue to just place pictures up on the screen. That is not following the ethics of the state. Councilman Resendez, you made a remark a couple of days ago, last Thursday, that Councilman Spencer had gone to Washington, D.C. with a friend. You owe an apology. That is an accusation. That is a false accusation, and you owe her an apology for that. You also claimed that you reimbursed the city some money because you overspent money when you went to the LBGQ conference that was canceled because of COVID. I don't know why you would have spent any additional money other than having spent the night at the hotel and then driven back directly to back to Hollister instead of eating on the taxpayers and then having to pay it back. I request the council to please place on the August agenda, in an effort to cut costs, considering vacating the medical benefits currently spent on city council members. Medical benefits are extremely generous for part-time elected officials. So if we can get that on the agenda, I think it would be great. We're talking about cutting on Thursday, we're talking about cutting funds, and I think this is a really great idea. Put your money where your mouth is. Cut your benefits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Yes, the next is Jorge Valenzuela.
Good evening, City Council members and Mr. Mayor. My name is Jorge Valenzuela. I am a union representative for Teamsters Local 890. We represent about 10,000 members in Monterey and San Benito counties. The reason why I want to speak today is because 600 of Hollister jobs are in jeopardy. The reason why is because the city, to our understanding, is intent on fining San Benito Foods to a tune of $4.5 million. Usually before the start of a season, our understanding is that they charge the company about $27,000. This year, they're asking them for $4.5 million. That's what our understanding is. So this puts 600 of the, I'm sorry, this puts 600,
You take it
Is
down.
that okay?
Take it off. Go
all
ahead.
right, this makes it a lot easier. So this puts 600 of Hollister jobs in jeopardy. 600 jobs, which obviously are a huge economic impact or influx of funds to the small businesses in the community. to the homes where the workers come and live, and also it's taxes that the community receives. So that's why we're here today, to speak on jobs that have been here for decades, for years and years, and they are in jeopardy. And we're talking about 600 or more jobs. So we're asking the city to, and another reason why I sent today too is because all of this has been done hidden from public view. So I don't understand why the public doesn't know about this. So this has all been done, to my understanding, hidden from the public. And I think it's time for the public to understand what's going on and why the city would want to charge the company $4.5 million to reopen. So I thank you for your time, and that was my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Valenzuela, thank you very much, but just a clarification there. The city is not looking to fine the cannery. It's just some of the costs they need to clean up what they do every year, that's all. And the city manager can talk about it, perhaps. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, Sergio Lazama. Okay. Jesus. Okay.
Hello. Hello, everyone. You guys listen?
Hello.
Hello. Well, business agent for Teamsters Local 890, and like my partner said, Jorge, it's really important for us and to maintain those 600 jobs. There's I'm also have family here living in Hollister. Some of them depend from San Benito Foods, and a lot of friends depend also from the cannery. So we would like to bring this to the table and take it into your consideration, so we can get into a solution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mark Cortez Solario.
Maria,
Oh, sorry.
do you have an interpreter?
Abraham.
Yeah.
Good old Abraham. Best coworker I ever had. That guy right there.
He's amazing.
Okay. Ok,
No.
Mi nombre es María Solorio Cortés y yo soy trabajadora de San Benito y yo he vivido por 30 años aquí en Hollister. Nosotros hemos ido desde la generación de mis abuelos, mis papás, yo hemos trabajado en la cannería de San Benito y pues mis hijos también van a trabajar ahí, eso esperamos, ¿verdad? Y pues queremos que se llegue a un buen diálogo, a un arreglo, para que no haya problemas ahorita como se está mirando, ¿verdad? Y porque el trabajo aquí nos ayuda mucho a todos los que vivimos aquí en San Benito, a los negocios, a todas las personas. Es una entrada de dinero que tenemos, que muchas personas no podemos ir a trabajar a San José, no podemos ir a trabajar a Salinas, a los alrededores, porque habemos trabajadores ahí. Pues yo sí manejo, pero hay personas que ni siquiera pueden manejar. Y pues nos gustaría que llegáramos a un buen arreglo para que la planta siguiera trabajando y funcionando para nuestros ingresos de aquí de la ciudad, y para que nuestros hijos también un día tengan ahí un futuro como lo hemos tenido nosotros. Eso es lo que yo pido.
I can only understand poquito.
Sí.
Catch a lot of
Oh, le
words.
estaba dando bien de duro a Brown.
Muchas gracias, María.
Okay.
Si quiere quedarse aquí para que pueda traducirle.
Okay.
Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Maria Solorio Cortez, and she has lived in Hollister for over 30 years. Can you all hear me good?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Very well, thank you. And she has been here since her grandparents have been here, and actually have worked in the cannery. She has worked in the cannery, and there is the potential for her children even to work in the cannery as well, because there is good positions for them as well. And her hopes is that there's good dialogue between the city of Hollister and the cannery, So that way there would be good negotiations and the potential for a good outcome to come out of this situation. Because she feels that there is a good income that the workers in the cannery receive for them to be able to shop, for them to be able to provide for their families. Ms. Cortez indicated that there are jobs in the Bay Area that a lot of people from Hollister take, and however, herself and others in the community, it's very difficult for a lot of people that work in the cannery to be able to commute to the Bay Area for those jobs, and so therefore, many of them have worked here and hope to continue to work here in this cannery that's provided jobs for them for many, many years. And so again, she reiterates that she hopes for a good agreement for the plant to be to continue in operation, and for the employees to be able to provide a good future for their children. Muchas gracias.
Thank
A
you.
ustedes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Andy Saya Caron. We're going to unmute you. Andy, do you want to go ahead and make your comment?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Andy Shamakoran. I'm a resident of Aromas, and I'm the president of Preserve Our Rural Communities, the group that was involved in the referendum on the highway developments. Currently, initiatives and referenda are going to be circulated throughout the city, and we believe, we did not want to move forward and do any circulation of referenda or initiatives at this point because frankly we think it's a public risk to health. And we think that actually the elected bodies in San Benito County should act to protect the public as well as preserve the right of the public to weigh in on all these issues. So for instance, Hollister has an initiative that already the Hollister City Attorney has, wrote the summary and title for, and we were about to collect signatures. We had begun, and then we stopped when the COVID outbreak began. You have the power as city council members to put that initiative on the ballot in November without a single more signature collected. It was clear as we were collecting them that the enthusiasm was very high for having a voice, for having an urban growth boundary in Hollister. And I think the responsible thing to do, given that you want to protect the public, the San Benito County has the second highest percentage of COVID of any county already. And you certainly don't want to have outsiders collecting signatures in your county who can bring in more COVID. So I suggest that you put on your agenda a consideration of voting to put the urban growth boundary on the November election. I said that's within your power, and also to urge San Benito County to take all the outstanding growth issues, the big project by Bettabell Road, the C1 rezone, as well as our initiative that we have on moving rural lands to rezoning, that all those things should just simply be put on the ballots so that the public is not exposed to more risk of COVID. And if we have to, we will go out and we'll do our best to protect the public. We'll sanitize pens. We've already made up many sanitizer and given out hundreds of bottles of sanitizer. But we still think the smarter thing to do is to have these elected bodies, including you, put these initiatives on the ballot without put at risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Next we have Mia Casey. Mia, you can go ahead and make your comment.
Hello, this is Mia Casey. I am a resident of Hollister. A few weeks ago, I attended the kickoff meeting for the General Plan Advisory Committee. I participated and spoke, as did other residents of Hollister. During the course of the meeting, Mayor Velasquez made remarks that I found disturbing, implying that residents speaking at the meeting had some hidden agendas or were tied to developers. So I am here tonight and wanted to make sure the mayor and city council understands completely who I am, what I'm about, and the group I'm associated with. Hopefully this will clear up any confusion the mayor has. First and foremost, I'm a resident of Hollister who's concerned about the direction and future growth here. And as I've stated numerous times, I feel it is a huge mistake to be moving forward with the general plan, which is supposed to be a community vision, without a single citizen representative on that committee. I'm also part of a grassroots organization called San Benito Citizens for a Brighter Future. Our mission and goal is to support economic growth in our county and move us toward a brighter, more sustainable future. We are quite concerned about the petitions being circulated by Preserve Our Rural Communities, also known as PORC, which seek to put a stranglehold on economic development for 29 years at a time we are facing a pandemic, economic crisis, businesses closing, and 25% unemployment here. We will be vigorously opposing all of their initiatives. But let me be clear, in case you do not understand what a grassroots group is, we are volunteers. We are not lobbyists, and we are in no way tied to or paid by any developer. We support and believe in projects like Betterville, which we see as good for the county's economy and that will bring revenue and jobs here. The only agenda our community has is a community-based agenda, not a personal one. And I would like to make one last comment with regard to Mr. Shah Quran's statement regarding petition gathering. The county health officer has issued guidelines for safe and social distancing and petition gathering, and I think they should be followed. And I think that this ruse of asking the city council to bypass that entire process and somehow shove things onto the ballot is just wrong and circumvents the petition gathering referendum process. Anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so just again, I'm gonna make clarifications here, I think.
No,
Somehow.
Ignacio,
Hang on,
you're
this
not
is
supposed to
a
reply.
opportunity for
No,
people's
no,
information.
no,
This
no reply,
information-
please.
So,
No
Councilmember
reply.
Lenore?
No reply,
Thank
please.
you.
Nope, you don't. No reply. Public
No,
comment.
yes,
No,
Make it
then
very-
I'm gonna speak too. Got it?
Casey? Let's be.
Point of order.
At this meeting,
No,
at this meeting,
no
let's make
commenting
sure
on
people who are
public
there,
comment.
Please disclose what associations they have so the public can know. One of the gentlemen there.
No, you're not
speaking,
supposed to be doing this.
wanted to build several hundred homes and would not disclose it. This is why it's important to be transparent to the public, and then we can work to the next steps. This is why I was asking people to please disclose any associations, so we can start off in a fair
Hey,
manner.
you're talking
That's all
too
I
much on public comment. You're not
May I
supposed to
have
say
another speaker?
anything.
I can go ahead and speak.
No, you can't.
After hearing audit.
Do we have another speaker?
This is why we fight, because you don't follow the rules.
Councilmember Lenore, please, you're done acknowledged here. I'm clearing up and information.
And I'm clearing up that this is why we fight, because you don't follow the rules.
All I'm trying to do is make sure if people are gonna speak, they're clear,
No.
they're not misinforming the public.
Oh.
As we constantly do at each of our meetings.
Well, you should recognize misinformation, that's for sure.
Yes, James Starkwolf, we're gonna unmute you. James, you can go ahead. Okay. Oh,
I'm James Starkwolf.
okay. Go ahead and make your
Hello.
comment.
Go ahead, sir.
I support this ruse, if this is what it is, to protect the public health. I'm one of the top signature gatherers, even though I'm in the age group that's most at risk. I do think that it would be dangerous to bring in a lot of outside paid signature gatherers at this time. It seems a bit premature to be lifting the shelter in place for this kind of activity.
but if we're forced to, we'll have to go ahead. It seems like not a ruse for the city council to put this on the ballot and let it go to a democratic vote of the people. I'd like to disclose that I don't have financial gain in this. I'm associated with several of the tribal groups that are protecting their sacred lands, and I think that's a legitimate exercise of freedom of religion to protect these sacred places. Thank you, and again, the council has the right to put this to a democratic vote of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other speakers?
There are no more speakers.
Say there's no more speakers?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Ignacio, can I ask a question?
What is your question?
We were just on the agenda, we were at number C, public input, right?
We're receiving public input, correct?
Okay, so I've been looking at this, and I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but I'm gonna read the last sentence that you read every time. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. You are not to talk during public comment. You are breaking the law, sir, and you read it every day.
Councilor Spencer, again, you're absolutely wrong. Go back and read our rules. And one of the rules states that the public, you can speak if somebody is misleading information or giving false information. It's very important. We're holding meetings for the public to listen into, and this is not the place to spread false information. If they want to speak about things that are truthful and honest, absolutely no problem. But spreading false information at a city council meeting is not what we have.
Only the mayor is allowed to lie. Okay.
Thank you very much. We're gonna go to item D1.
Ignacio, please
Manager,
tell us,
no,
who was lying?
move on.
Who gave false information?
We're moving on.
That's
City
what I
manager,
thought.
one. Reports.
You gotta go.
He's gotta go.
Yeah, only thing, with the cannery, the city is working with the cannery to, we have not, there's no fine, that we are just working to have them pay their fair share of costs. And nothing else to report.
Thank you, City Manager, for making that clear. I just think it's important for the public to know the estimated costs right now are close to $5 million over the years, and it just needs, we need a commitment to have them clean it so our taxpayers don't have to pay for it.
Are we on public comment still?
No, we're on City Manager's report.
Oh, excuse me.
D1.
Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move to item D2.
No trading at this time.
Okay, we're gonna move to public hearings. Item E1.
Need one.
Brett, should I talk about that one, or?
You want to go ahead, or you want?
Um,
Okay, sorry. I can take this one. So, at the April 28th, 2020 council meeting, the city council adopted resolution 2020-82 approving the issuance of a Prop 218 notice of proposed rate increases effective July 1st, 2020, and to hold a public hearing for the proposed rate increase 45 days or more after this notice is received by the affected ratepayers. A Prop 218 notice was sent to all property owners on April 29th, 2020 to inform them of the proposed solid waste collection rates. At the time of the writing of the staff report, there was 147 protest votes that were received. So the recommendation is the staff recommends the city council to adopt this resolution. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, are you there?
Can you hear me now? Is there any questions from council?
I do have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
City Manager, Mr. City Manager, how many protest needs have been received in order to overturn this decision?
The amount of protests we received by the deadline, which was 5 p.m. on June 12th, we received 179 protests. The required amount would be 50% plus 1, which would have been 4,744. So yes, we only received 179.
Okay, just double check. I remember there was some conversation about somebody collecting thousands of signatures for the protest, so I wanted to make sure there was 170 something, but there needed to be about 4,000. So we just didn't quite get there. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Okay, and any other questions? Okay, this time we're going to open public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we have Violetta Sanchez.
Okay.
She's coming up.
Muy buenas noches, Concilio de la Ciudad de Hollister. Vengo representando a mi comunidad como residente de Hollister. Yo vivo en el 200 Teresita Court y nada más fui la única persona que recibí la propuesta para protestar sobre el aumento sobre la basura. Mi pregunta es esta: si se recibieron 170 y algo, ¿cuántas propuestas mandaron a todos los residentes de Hollister? Porque pienso que si todos pagamos la basura, todos tenemos derecho a votar y a alzar nuestra voz. Y creo que es un tiempo muy malo con la epidemia que estamos pasando. Y otra cosa muy importante, que no lo mandaron en inglés y en español. Yo soy una persona ya de la tercera edad. Quiero tener una vejez digna, pero como veo, va todo para arriba, no voy a vivir dignamente. Y creo que ni ustedes tampoco. Porque nuestro sueño fue comprar una casa. Llegamos a nuestra vejez. Tenemos que traer a nuestros hijos a vivir con nosotros para poder vivir dignamente. La basura se nos sube, la luz se sube, todo sube. Como oí hace rato, se están perdiendo trabajos en Hollister. ¿Cómo vamos a sobrevivir nuestra vejez? ¿Seguir trabajando hasta irnos a morir? Yo creo que no es derecho. Hay que tener un control. Veo que hay pleitos por diferentes razones aquí en el concilio, pero hay que saber administrar el dinero. Vienen compañías de fuera con sus troques llenos de basura. A ellos súbanles, a ellos cóbrenles, porque son ciudades grandes, donde hay dinero. Hollister, no hemos progresado mucho en el movimiento de trabajo. Entonces, ¿cómo los residentes de Hollister vamos a pagar siempre las consecuencias? Por favor, ténganos consideración. Todos vamos a llegar a la tercera edad y hay que vivir con la dignidad. No salir de aquí para el panteón como lo hizo uno de los que estaba aquí sentados con ustedes, el señor que falleció el año pasado. Porque tenemos que sobrevivir de alguna manera, pero hay que vivirla con dignidad. Hay que tener control. Gracias por su atención y espero que lo tomen en cuenta. Y mándenle a todas las personas que pagamos utilidades. Tenemos el derecho de votar, no nomás porque somos residentes y pagamos taxas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Aquí quédese, por favor,
Es que
señora
con la epidemia
Violeta.
estoy bien loquita. I don't like to be at home, honesty.
Gracias, señora Violeta. This is Abraham. I will be translating for Ms. Violeta Sanchez. Ms. Violeta Sanchez is a resident of the city of Hollister, of this community, and she lives at 200 Teresita Court. She is stating that she is the only person in her neighborhood that she understands received this protest letter, that nobody else that she talked to in her neighborhood received it. She has a question. If only 179 were received, how many were sent, was her question. And believes that everyone everyone who receives garbage services shall be able to vote in the matter in the matter for this item. Believes that she's not sure if only property owners received it or property owners and renters, but she believes that all who receive garbage service should be able to vote. And another, she believes that the letter was not in English and in Spanish, and she indicates that she is a person of an elderly age, and would like to live in dignity, and believes that it is hard to live in dignity when all prices go up. And how are we going to survive our elderly years if all prices go up? And implies that that is not correct. And she feels that there are companies from outside of the city of Hollister who are coming in with truckloads of garbage and are disposing of them here in the county, and so therefore believes that maybe the solution would be to charge them higher rates and not have the city of Hollister residents pay for the consequences. She has emphasized that we should all live with dignity, especially in the elderly years. She made reference to Councilmember Marjorie Richmond, may God rest his soul, and indicated as well that he was also another person who believed that we should live with dignity and there should be a type of control in regards to things that are going up in prices, referring to bills, utilities, and that all persons should live with dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And don't fight me.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Next, we have Elia Salinas.
Good afternoon. I have been protesting this rate increase from the very beginning. I actually didn't want Recology to get the contract, but they got it. Recology got the contract. They said they would never raise the prices, and based on their contract, they said they're allowed to raise the prices. This is the third time in 18 months that they have increased their prices. I believe it is now at 33% increase. Prop 218 is only for property owners. The ratepayer has the right to protest the price increase. As Violeta has said, not everyone received the protest notices. I got people that contacted me that were worried because they were renters that they could not protest. I contacted city staff, and I never did get a call back from Kathleen, who works for Integrated, who represents the city of Hollister and should have intervened. I specifically asked Recology that they should, at the very least, because of the economic crisis that we are in, people were losing their jobs, we were in a pandemic, we don't know what the future holds. I asked them that they had the authority to put the rate increase in a stay, to hold off any rate increases for at least 1 year. I also asked them to please not charge any of their customers for a certain period of time. They could decide for how long a period of time not to charge current monthly fees in place of doing a rate increase. Their response was, it's contractual. No, they have a duty to their customers. They have the ability to put this rate increase in a stay. City Council voted because if you did not vote, you were in violation of the contract. Completely understand that, because now it puts you in a lawsuit. But again, Recology has the authority. They can say they will not increase the prices for at least a year. I understand tomorrow at the Board of Supervisors, I will be there again, but they're talking to the Board of Supervisors. Why are they not talking to any of the City Council or contacting the mayor and saying that they are willing to consider not increasing for 6 months? Well, offer it to the citizens of the city of Hollister. People did not get the notices. Not everybody got the notices. It said under Prop 218. The law only allows Prop 218 for property owners. Ratepayers should have the authority and the right to say no. And you as city council members, I completely understand why you do not want to get sued by Recology. But some of you must make a phone call and talk to Recology. Stand up to Recology and tell them not to do this to the citizens of Hollister.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Phil Couchet.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
His name is Phil Couchet. We unmuted you, Phil. You can go ahead and speak. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead and make your comment.
Okay, I was here to answer any questions. I'm the general manager for College San Diego County. Just a couple clarifications. We sent out 9,485 letters. We sent them to the account holder, which is the billing address. If a tenant didn't get the letter, it could have been that someone else pays the bill, and that's who we sent the letters to, was the bill payer, the account holder. And we did send out 9,485. I do want to say that Recology is sensitive to the challenges of the COVID. As such, we have allowed specifically the businesses to suspend their service, and many have done so. Additionally, we've agreed not to stop anybody for non-payment, and as a result, there's been tens of thousands of dollars of unpaid debt that is building in our coffers as we speak. So we are sensitive to the challenges and are doing what we can to assist the customer because of it. And I'd be glad to answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
We do. The next one is, well, actually, the next one is Kathleen Gallagher, and I think she's a consultant.
She's the integrated waste.
This is Kathleen Gallagher. I'm the Integrated Waste Management Manager for the Joint Powers Authority. I've been trying to answer the questions, but I was not being unmuted, so my apologies. I did want to respond to a couple of the questions, and Phil Couchet, the General Manager of Recology, did mention that of the 9,485 public notices that were sent, when I talked to Christine Black, we exchanged some emails today as about 5:15 p.m. We had about under 200, and for the majority protest, which would be 50% plus one, the number of notices would need to be 4,744 notices to be received to not improve the rate increase. There is no question that the timing of this is poor, but I did want to clarify that the franchise agreement that was approved by the elected officials did include this methodology for the rate increase. I would have to respectfully disagree with the speaker regarding the rate increase. The rate increase without the methodology, and my apologies, she had stated that she had asked me a question at some point. I had never received a question. I do want to let folks know that when I receive a question, I do respond back as quickly as possible. So I would like to understand, and I'll hopefully get her contact information to see whatever question that she had asked. I'm happy to answer any other questions regarding the component of the regional agency. So again, my apologies for entering on the call. I was not being able to get unmuted apparently.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, we do. It's Loretta Avina. We're going to go ahead and unmute you.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. So I'm a bit confused. I believe Hollister has more than 9,000 property owners. Am I wrong in thinking that? And if you only send out 9,000 letters, I feel that's a gross misrepresentation of property owners. And the math is wrong here. And there's in fact not very many of those people, or some of those people did in fact receive the letter. Then I feel that's a misrepresentation of the true reality of what the number of replies could have been against the increase. Am I wrong? And where? I mean, how did you come up with 9,000 letters and who to send them to? How did you come up with that? And then going back to the pandemic, I mean, why on earth would you even consider sending out or even increase the rates? Many people are struggling to even feed their families. Have you not been aware on the news of how long the lines have been at the community pantry? Hundreds and hundreds of cars, and people don't know how to feed their families, and you're even considering increasing the collection of garbage. I mean, granted that these people are renters, but you know that the landowner or the landlord, excuse me, they are going to pass this increase on to their renters, and these people are struggling, and you're making it even harder for them. So I feel that this is a gross injustice, a social injustice for our city leaders and for the leadership at Recology to even move forward with this. And again, I have a real problem with this 9,000 letters. I'm just not even wrapping my head around how you came across that number. And I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, the next speaker is Salvador Mora. Salvador, we just unmuted you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Like the previous caller, I'm a little concerned that only a little over 9,000 notices were sent to residents of Hollister. We have many rooftops. We have a lot of houses here, and I think there's more than 9,000 customers for Recology. So it seems a little fishy. Maybe they have to go back and figure out if they really did truly send notices out to everyone. You know, unfortunately, I had a discussion with council member Richmond, and this last time, the previous time where there was a rate increase, and he explained why the city council couldn't go against it. And unfortunately, what it displayed was that it was just a poor contract negotiation by our elected officials by limiting the number of rate increases. Although the contract said they have the ability, obviously we're seeing that Recology, during the time of crisis, isn't taking into consideration the economic impact it has on its customers. I understand that they're a business and they need to make money, but unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. And again, it goes back to poor contract negotiations between city staff, county officials, and our city officials. So we should take it as a lesson learned to do better for the community at large when we're negotiating rates with our garbage companies. I really think we need to question Recology as far as them sending out notices, the proper notices to everybody. It just doesn't seem right with that number. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but it just seems a little off that they only send notices to a little over 9,000 people. And that's all, guys, for now.
Okay, next speaker.
There are no more speakers.
Okay, Ms. Gallagher or Phil, if you want to answer the questions before we close public hearing.
Certainly. So thank you for unmuting me. Appreciate that. So the number of letters that were sent were 8,983 to our residents, 502 to our commercial. These are the service addresses that are ratepayers that receive the Recology services. We work. And I'll now certainly have Phil Couchet, the general manager, to speak to update that role. And I actually had asked Recology, did any of the letters come back to Recology were returned to sender? And Phil's response was no. We want to make sure that we've got the accurate number of ratepayers, owners, et cetera, that are receiving these letters. So I did want to just share that we did not have anything that was returned to sender. These are the addresses that are received, and I'll certainly have Phil Couchet speak to your question as well.
Go ahead, Phil. Mr. Couchet, you hear me? Yes.
All right, yeah. Just want to reiterate Ms. Gallagher's comment about the number of customers. These are our customer base. This is consistent with historical numbers. It was consistent with the request proposal that was issued a couple of years ago, and it comes off our billing ledger. So I don't know how to explain not having more other than this is the number of customers that we serve.
Okay, thank you very much. This time we're going to close public hearing. Is there any questions from the council members?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, I did get one of those protests in the mail, and I'm going to tell you, I had a really hard time trying to figure out how to fill it out because you asked for a parcel number, which I don't know. And on it, it states property owner, not ratepayer. So I can see the confusion when somebody gets it in the mail and they don't know what the number is. They don't know, they're not the property owner. So, and it's addressed to the house, they're just going to throw it out because they don't know. I think your 218 protest letters were misleading. They were confusing. I am a property owner. I filled mine out, but I still didn't know what the number was that you wanted, and I didn't know how to find it.
It's on the tax bill.
I don't get a tax bill. It's in my payments. I just think that the way it was done, and I will have to admit, 9,000 people you sent it to, that's very concerning because I know there's a lot more customers in Hollister than just 9,000. Yeah, I'm just very concerned with the whole process of what you did. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council?
I have a question. Okay.
Go ahead.
So there was approximately 9,000. I want to make sure I have this straight. When you send it to 9,000 people, did you send it to 9,000 property owners? Or did it go to your ratepayers, which some would be renters? I need clarification there. So was it just property owners that it was sent to? I mean, folks, you have population in the city, but when you're talking rooftops, you have multiple people living in a house. So your 9,000 isn't really, I don't think, off the mark, really, for households. Depends on, if you look at the Department of Finance, it tells you how many households are in the city of Hollister. I haven't looked lately, but okay. Well, I got to tell you, I'll make just a quick comment here. The voters passed Proposition 218, and this is what they did. The voters passed it. A lot of things get passed we don't like, but the majority spoke, and they spoke that this is how they want Prop 218 to be administered. So I'm not quite sure what to do with that. I'll agree it's a bad timing, but I'll also say this. I'm really tired of being threatened with litigation to the city. It's a big thing now, and everybody wants to sue the city. I really hope that we can work together and not let the city get sued. And I could see Elia's point that maybe there could be a deferment. I'd like to know, what are you telling the county? Because if the county gets a deferment, then I very much expect the city to get a deferment. You have to do those together. We all live in the same county. So if you're going to throw the county a deal, you're going to throw the city of Hollister residents a deal. I could do a little deferment, but the fact is nobody seems to be concerned about the business owner here. Nobody's concerned about the business owners. He's lost money left and right as well as people that have been unemployed. He had to get unservice his commercial accounts. You don't think that impacts a business person? Yes, sometimes you gotta look at both sides. So that's my comments, and I'll see what everybody else has to say. Thank you.
Is there any other comments?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
For ecology, is it true that the county is getting a deferment? And if so, why are we not being considered for deferment?
That would be for an answer from Kathleen
or Phil Couche. Can you guys unmute him, please?
Yeah, this is Phil. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we've made no deal with the county.
Okay, but is it being considered, Mr. Couche? Are you guys going to the county on the meeting and considering making a deferment with them? That was my question.
We are not suggesting that, no.
And is that something that's being considered by the county?
That will be the county's board of supervisors' decision to make.
And are you willing to take the same position you're taking with the city? Or are you willing to make a deferment? My question, what I'm trying to get at is, I agree with what Councilmember Lenore is saying. If you're going to give the county a deferment, then we should be allotted the same thing. It's not right. It's not right. It's bad timing. I think we all agree with that, but then we're all put in a bad situation because we don't want to get sued. So what I'm asking you, Mr. Couche, is if you're going to work a deferment with the county, will you please also offer us the same deal?
I don't know what we're going to do with the county because we have to wait for the board of supervisors to make their decision. I have not offered the county a deferment at this point.
I understand that. Thank you for answering my questions. Mr. City Manager, how much more time do we have without having to potentially go into a litigation? And what happens if we do vote this down tonight?
Well, I mean, you have till July 1st, because that's when the new rates take effect.
When is our next city council meeting? Or are we having a special meeting? Can we have this on the next special meeting to see what happens with the county, potentially?
Yeah, no, yeah, the 23rd, correct, November?
There's one on the 23rd and possibly the 29th.
Then I would suggest that we do that. If the council's in favor of that, I do have a problem with them making a deferment deal with the county and us not being offered the same deal. And I do think the timing is horrible. I agree with all that, but then I do not want to potentially open us up for litigation. Those are my comments and questions. Thank you for your time.
I don't think they're offering them a deal. I think the county's gonna ask for a deal.
Councilman Lenore?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Couche, you answered the question without really being very definite. I can understand the council members' concerns, my own concerns. I thought the contract everyone entered was, we all had the same type of agreement. I know there was different charges for different areas, but I want to make sure, I think the council members have made a very good point of if there's some other negotiating going on or something else happening, that wouldn't be fair to City of Hollister or perhaps the City of San Juan Bautista. So I agree with what Councilmember Resendez is saying, to wait for a future meeting to make a decision like this, because it's very, very frustrating that we're going through this at this time. And I have to say, very disappointing. Mr. Cassett?
Okay, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I want to make clear, no, we have not made an agreement with the county for any kind of a deferment. You know, it's going to be up to the city, or excuse me, the board of supervisors to decide what their decision is. You know, we're simply following the contract guidelines, you know, as we have done since 2008. So it's a new contract. The process has been the same since 2008. There's a portion of the contract that, you know, allows for an annual rate adjustment based upon published indices, and that's the process we followed ever since 2008, and that's the process we're following now. And you may recall there were years in the past, those that have been around, that where, you know, the rates actually decreased because the indices indicated such. It's a mathematical formula. It's not a subjective decision, you know, on our part.
Mr. Mayor, point of clarification.
You go ahead, Ms. Beck. Ms. Gallagher?
Sure, thank you. One thing I wanted to just thank you, Councilmember Resendez, for your question. I wanted to just make a point of clarification that the issue before the board tomorrow morning is the same discussion that you are having tonight. There's been no discussion of any agreement, nor with San Juan Bautista. So I just wanted to make it clear that the decision before the board tomorrow is the same decision that's before your city council tonight. There's been no discussion, and that may be clear, but I just, from where I'm sitting, it didn't seem very clear. So just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Councilmember Resendez.
Ms. Gallagher, I appreciate you clarifying that, but I have seen time and time again, people come to the city first, get approval, then go to the county and say, well, the city of Hollister did it. Well, I'm just not willing to put us in that predicament. If we can wait and put it on a special meeting, that's gonna be the best thing for us to do, because let's see what the county is gonna do this time. Hopefully they'll support us, and then we can, it's just
I'd like
not
to see what the
good
county
timing. If
weighs
there's
in
any
with.
wiggle room, we told you that last time, it's just not good timing for our citizens. It's not fair. You have to take that into consideration. We're not saying that your equation is not right, or we don't agree with it. It's just this time, if there's anything we can do to help the citizens out, then we have an obligation to do so. Thank you so much.
I guess the point being made by several of the council members is if in any way something does change at the county, would we be able to change our agreement? Does that help us make a decision either tonight or to table it to a future date, special meeting? Can you help with that answer?
Who are you asking, Ignacio? You're asking us?
No, I'm asking the Ms. Gallagher, actually, Mr. Cachet, Phil.
Yeah, I can't answer. I'm sorry, I don't want to be not committed on this, but it's a question I can't answer, because it's going to have to be a decision that the Board of Supervisors is going to have to make. Just like your decision tonight, is going to be your decision. Their decision tomorrow is going to be their decision. So I apologize for can't give you a clear answer on what they're going to do.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Well, I will make a comment. I do agree with Councilman Resendez. I think that we should wait and see what happens, because too many times people come to us first and we say yes, nay, whatever, and then they go and use our rulings against the Board of Supervisors. I think we should table this until the 23rd, which is next week, and see what the Board of Supervisors do. I just think this is very important, and we need to think of our community, not Recology's pocketbook.
If the councilwoman's willing to make that, move that item, I would be happy to second it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we table 2020-116, the franchise agreement rate increase for 2020 until June 23rd, 2020.
Okay, there's a motion. Did you say 2021 or 2020?
No, I said 2020. I know what year I'm in, I think.
I want to make sure we're clear on that. Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion carries 4-0. We're going to move to item B2.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This next item is a resolution that will confirm the boundary and assessment for the levy and collection of the Landscape and Lighting District 93-1 for fiscal year 2020-2021. Staff has prepared the final engineer's report, which includes the budget, collection roll, boundary diagram for council approval. Are there any questions?
Not for me.
Any questions from council?
None.
Okay, at this time, we're going to open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, I could not hear that.
We have no speakers.
Thank you. This time we'll close the public hearing. Any questions or comments from council? Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2020-117, confirming the boundary and assessment of Landscape and Lighting District 93-1 and ordering the levy and collection of assessments for fiscal year 2021.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion carries 4-0. We'll move to item E3.
He said this. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Planning Manager with the City of Hollister Development Services Planning Department. Tonight's appeal hearing is in regards to the Planning Commission's condition of approval within Planning Commission Resolution 2020-3, approved January of this year, which requires the applicant of tentative map 2018-4 Clearest Park. The tentative map, which subdivides approximately 207 acres into 60 lots near their airport, is west of San Felipe Road, approximately half a mile to the north of the intersection with Fallon Road, to do an intersection control evaluation study at San Felipe Road and the future extension of Burt Drive, and a second intersection to the north. The appeal for the requirement to do an intersection control evaluation was submitted on February 5th, 2020 by the applicant, Mr. John Wynn, Clearest Park. Since the appeal submittal, staff and the applicant, along with the applicant's team, have met in multiple occasions, and they have since we have met on multiple occasions, and they have since complied with the condition to prepare the intersection control evaluations and have submitted the report to staff on June 9th, 2020, 6 days ago. And it is currently being reviewed by the City of Hollister Engineering Department. City staff received a letter from the appellant's engineer today, June 15th, 2020, and it's directed to the City Council, so you should have received the letter. If not, I'll be happy to give it to you right now.
I don't know if the mayor and Roland got it, so
Okay.
read it.
So then if that's okay, staff will read it.
Yes.
And the letter states as follows. I am writing in regards to item E3 on your agenda of June 15th, 2020. Based upon subsequent conversation with city staff, we would like to withdraw the request for appeal. Staff has agreed that the draft ICE intersection control evaluation report prepared by Keith Higgins and submitted to the city satisfies the requirement for an additional report called for in conditions 11 Roman numeral 4, 11 Roman numeral 5, and condition 66. The applicant acknowledges that the report is subject to review and approval by city staff. Thank you for your consideration. And this letter was from Ann Hall of San Benito Engineering and Surveying, Inc., who is the engineer of Mr. John Wynn Clearest Park, LLC. So therefore, staff recommends that the City Council withdraws the appeal per the applicant's request. Are there any questions for staff?
No,
None.
I'll make a comment that I think it was a good call on staff. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, did any council members have a question or comment?
I already did, I'm sorry.
Okay. This time we're going to open up for public hearing. Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Okay. This time we're going to close public hearing. Is there a motion from council?
I'll move that we withdraw item E4.
E3.
E3.
Sorry.
That's all right.
E3,
E3. I'll second that.
resolution number
2021-8.
2020-118. Sorry about that.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We're going to move to item E4.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez, members of the City Council. My name is Brian Swanson, and I serve as the Development Services Director for the City of Hollister. This public hearing will be held to consider an economic development subsidy that could be approved as part of an agreement between the City of Hollister and Lotus Management as part of the Hotel Incentive Program that will provide an annual rebate of 70% of the transit occupancy tax, otherwise known as TOT, received for 10 years with a $2 million cap, and the other option for the City Council to approve a 5-year extension with a 33% rebate of the TOT until the cap is reached. Government Code Section 53083 requires a local agency to report specified information on any economic development subsidy of $100,000 or more at a public hearing prior to the approval of the subsidy. The applicant is proposing a Holiday Inn Express at 391 Gateway Drive, which will include the following: 93 hotel rooms, a swimming pool, a hot tub, exercise room, outdoor barbecue area, gift shop, meeting conference room with occupancy of 40, and an outdoor gathering area for up to 150 people. Staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing to consider the agreement and information about the economic subsidy, open the public hearing, gather comments from the public, close the hearing, and approve an operations and covenant and declarations of covenant and restrictions between the City of Hollister and Lotus Management. And that concludes the staff report.
Is there any questions from council?
No.
At this time, we're going to open it, public hearing. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Elia Salinas.
Good evening. So my question to staff or to the mayor, because I think this was a project that you really liked a few years ago, is it really feasible during the economic times that we're in right now to give a rebate of 70%? It just seems a really high price. We just talked about, or you all just talked about last Thursday, about budget cuts. Was this monies be taken into consideration less than what we would be bringing in? I just find it that it's a really, 70% is a lot. And I think maybe we should reconsider it and not, and I don't know, come back with a different number. Is it non-negotiable? Is it 70%? Is it something that is, set in stone? It just seems like it's a really high reward, and I don't know if it's actually feasible for the citizens, especially because we're not in a recession yet. I know that, Mayor, you were saying we were in a recession. It takes 2 quarters of reporting before we can decide that the government decides that we're in a recession. And I completely agree with you, Mayor Velasquez. We're not in a recession. We're about to go into a recession. Things are not getting any better. So why take money out of the future pockets of the city? Thank you.
Next speaker.
Sorry, what is your name? Oh, okay, you can go ahead.
My name is Prakash Patel. I'm, representing Lotus Management, and, I just wanted to let you know that this project has been on the works for a long time, but, it's supposed to really start in February, and because of the COVID, I think everything got delayed. And, the reason we are doing this project, obviously, it's combination of both the incentive, which is there, and we feel that, it'll serve the community well because we did the other project. And also to let you know that this money, is really coming from TOT, or the tax which is collected from guests who would come and stay here. And it's not something which is affected by any of the money which the city from the city funds, because this fund really comes if only we build the hotel. Otherwise, if we don't build the hotel, these funds won't be there. So that's the reason we are doing it. And obviously, it's an incentive for us to do it because we can also keep the market, and it'll be a good 3-star hotel. and it'll serve the community well, which right now they're all going to others, mostly Gilroy or somewhere in San Jose. And if there's any other questions, I can help. And obviously, we'll still employ all the people, you'll employ at least 20 to 25 people locally from here. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Okay, any questions
Yes,
from council?
I do have a question, and it was for the
Okay,
gentleman.
Hunter,
Did you close the public hearing?
Did you close the public hearing?
Is there any other speakers?
There are no more speakers.
Okay, well, at this time, we'll close public hearing. Go ahead.
Okay, my question to you, sir, 70% of the TOT tax, exactly how much money does that put back into your hotel? Somebody?
Oh, Mr. Patel, could you please come to this, the speaker?
See, I don't have the exact number, but, exact calculation, it's all based on occupancy. I think we gave all the projections and everything to the city on that. But I'm just saying, say, if we collect $300,000 for the city for the year, 70% would be $210,000.
That goes back to you.
Yes.
It goes back. So 300,000, and then you get 210,000 back, which gives taxes to the city of $80,000.
90,000 for the only 10 years. Thereafter, the city gets all the 100% of it.
10 years at 90,000, that, if I have it right, that's close to $1 million that
the-
you get back for,
No, we would
$2
get that.
million.
that we get back?
Yeah.
City gets $1 million and we get $2 million. And after the 10th year, the city gets all 300,000. But that is the only reason, as I said, that money which is, on the flip side of the coin is, if there's no hotel, the city is not going to get a dime because they'll be spending somewhere else, not in the city. Because, the reason we are doing this, because in the town, we have been building hotels, but mostly in small towns. In the small towns, we have seen the niche that the people need it. People need a newer place, a better place to stay compared to what they have options in the town. And that's how we have been doing. We've been building only in small towns, and we have served the community well. And people do appreciate it once they come in. They see the difference.
Okay, that's all I have.
Yes.
Questions?
Yes, please. It's not so much a question, but it's appropriate now for me to have my comment. I struggled with the 2 million originally when it came up. I was one of the ones that, I just think 2 million is a lot of money.
Yes.
So here's what I would be willing to agree to. I would be willing to agree to 1 million, 50-50, and no extension. And I think that that's being generous for you to come over here and bring this new hotel. That's what I think is fair. $2 million is too much. I'd like to see it capped at 1 million with a 50-50. And we would still be getting something, and you would still be getting something. Even Stevens. Thank you.
Sir, did you want to make any comments on that?
It's only my opinion, all right?
Yeah,
There's
sir,
3
I have no
others.
problem, but the only thing which I would say, this is a program which the city has. So it's not something I have imposed on the city. It's a program which city already has, and I'm using it. So it's like any other program city would have, whether it's me or somebody else. Anybody is able to come and do it. It was not devised only for me. So
But-
that's all I have to say.
True. I'm not denying you that opportunity. I'm saying I want it pared down some. Their ordinance doesn't specify amounts. It tells you the program and what it can do and what it's for, but it doesn't tell you the split, and it doesn't tell you the maximum amount, does it? Am I wrong? It's individual to each person that's requesting the subsidy.
Correct. I mean, council did back in 2014 come up with a program that had some set fees depending on how big a program that they, or how many star hotel was brought in.
I read it when it was part of this packet, correct? I did all read that. You have things that you gotta maintain, the star rating, the 3-star rating for AAA.
Yes.
And I did read all that, but Did the original policy actually say the numbers?
If
2
I'm
million?
right, it does say that.
What's that?
Yes. That's how the number, because, otherwise there would have been a negotiation. If there was no numbers in the package, then I did not come up with that money. The number came from the program.
How did we put a number on a program when you don't know who the applicant is that's applying for a subsidy? How could it be so generalized like that? What am I missing?
Yeah, I was gonna
You
say,
were
I was
here,
gonna pass it over to
Ignacio.
the mayor. 'Cause
You
he
were
was-
here, Ignacio?
Yes.
Tell me what happened.
I was here involved in these discussions early on, and at that time, we were working hard to try to incentivize hotels to come in to start with the idea of more tourism, coming in with the national park and other
I get the concept.
wineries and so on to bring tourism here. We all recognize the need for a quality hotel. There was research done at the time by the staff to figure out how can we incentivize hotels coming here. So they came back after doing research at what some other communities were doing. Matter of fact, some communities were actually offering more than this at incentivizing off the TOT, basically, so we're not putting any dollars into it. The dollars come from the guests staying and incentivizes
But
back,
we're losing
so
money.
the developers of the hotels can get the loans they need from their banks. So the offer was at that 70% based on the 3-star rating or the hotels we see now out there. And I think it's done pretty well. And I think you said Holiday Inn Express on this one. So the idea, again, bringing quality hotels that meet a certain standard to bring more guests, more people coming in on the weekends and of course during the weeks. And if you look at this hotel, I think it's been a very big success. But the key early on was making sure everybody was clear, we're not putting money into it as far as the city, because if they have no guests, they're gonna lose. We're not losing any money. If they do have guests, we're gonna gain some money, and after 10 years, then all that TOT tax would stay with us. So it incentivizes these hotels to come in, gamble on us. Hopefully they're successful, so we're successful. This is, I think the proof was their first hotel in our community has done well enough that they're willing to gamble on a second one. And when you start seeing that kind of activity, you're gonna start seeing more tourism coming in. Again, the key part of this is remembering we're not putting $1 into this whatsoever. They're taking the gamble of this whole project, and we get a percentage of that TOT. Hopefully in the future, that TOT reflects the same numbers as other communities, but we need to get started with some of these hotels. So we are not at a loss whatsoever. We're not paying whatsoever. All we're doing is gaining more tourists and more business travelers with quality hotels. And that's how this came about. It was research done by the staff. They recommended it. We went through the numbers and we made a decision, and that's how we ended up with the Burns Hotel.
Also, Mayor, to answer Council Member Lenore's question on the incentive program, it is on the start of the program is on page 230 of the packet.
I read it.
So,
Yeah.
Which had the
Yeah.
chart of the program.
Yeah.
I have some questions.
Councilmember Sendes?
All right, you guys are gonna have to walk me through this. So, first off, what was the first incentive that we gave him for his first hotel? Is it the same exact incentive as we're offering now? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. So I need to understand this a little bit better. We're offering him a maximum of $2 million over a 10-year period. Is that the deal?
$2 million a year over 10 years.
No.
No. Hang on a second.
That's
It's a
the way I
$2
take
million
it.
offer
$2
up
million
to 10
after
years.
10
If they
years,
don't
up to 10
recoup
years.
their $2 million in the 10 years, there is a possibility to extend it for 5 years at a 33% until they get their.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
My other question is, if we can get him back up here, I have some questions for him.
It is.
I know, sir, if you can hear me, that you said you had other hotels. Where are your other hotels located at again? Can you please just remind me?
Yeah, we have done over So we have one in Watsonville. We built one in Salinas, which we don't have anymore. It's a long time ago. King City, Paso Robles, and Santa Maria. This is
Okay,
down
that's-
on
that's-
101.
That's fair enough. So it looks like you have hotels in other smaller communities like this. Do they offer you these same incentives there? You probably.
We
I'm
have
just
two.
wondering, I don't-
We have two offers. We have two other cities which have done it.
And
And
how
in
much
fact,
was
I
it?
gave the thing to the other cities which have done it. See,
Which
but
cities are those,
this
if you don't mind me asking, sir?
it's Yuba City, Scotts Valley, and the thing
Okay.
is, this
I have
programs.
one more question.
Okay.
I know that they're putting another hotel pad in the new shopping center. Is that an area that you're considering developing another hotel?
No.
Okay, thank you. My last point is, I'm torn too, because like was mentioned, we're headed to a recession. Hospitality is gonna be the biggest industry hit. I think we need to support them. I do agree with the term, it's a little scary, the recession's not gonna last 10 years. But I think that this gentleman, that we've made a deal with him and he's proven to do good business. So, you know what, I'm willing to have more hotels here, keep the deal that we made with him, so we continue doing good business here. We're gonna have more hotels here, and I would say that we should renegotiate, if at all. And if we're able to, with the newer hotels that are coming, that would be my thoughts. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, is there a motion?
I will make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2020-118. Am I on the wrong?
119,
resolution?
119.
2020-119. Sorry about that, guys.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second? I will second it. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
I heard two voices.
Aye.
Aye. No? Is there any no's?
No.
Okay. Motion carries 3-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna move on to item F1.
Nothing from nothing is nothing, though.
Evening, Mayor, council members. Item F1 is a supplemental appropriation of $75,000 from Fund 662. It has a fund balance of $4.9 million. The staff had a meeting with the entire water board regarding stormwater and issues and our plans for the industrial wastewater treatment plant. And during that meeting, they stated that they would like this study completed sooner rather than later. What this study will do, it will look at the stormwater, just stormwater going into the plant, and it'll also look at potential waste going into the plant and provide alternatives for all that water to determine whichever the most cost-effective and best treatment for the water is. This contract will be completed with the Wallace Group through their ongoing on-call engineering through a task order. This item?
Okay, any questions from council?
No.
No questions. I have a quick comment, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to point out that I saw that you put the balance there, and I really appreciate Mr. Chambliss. Thank you.
I noticed that too.
No problem.
Okay, do we have any speaker cards on this item?
There are no speakers.
Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution 2020-120, providing a supplemental appropriation of $75,000 from Fund 662 to complete an alternatives analysis.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
One second, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry. Who was the second? Was it, I heard two voices.
I second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Aye. No, I'm a yes. I'm a yes.
Okay, that's a
Okay.
4-0 vote. Okay. Thank you. We're going to move to item F2.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I'm Renee Perella, CIP Manager from Administrative Services. Tonight, we bring before you Resolution 2020-121. This resolution would approve the list of projects to be funded by the Road Repair and Accountability Act for 2020-2021. The city has been identified to receive $690,000 from SB1 for fiscal year 2020-2021. Approval of the project list by the City Council will secure the SB1 funding for fiscal year 2020-2021. This will be the fourth year in which the city is eligible to receive these funds for the road maintenance and rehab projects. The proposed list of streets to receive pavement overlay are Chapel Road, south of McCarthy to Alvarado, McCarthy Street, east of Alvarado to West Chapel Road, Park, east of San Benito to west of Prune, Olive Street, east of San Benito to west of Prune, and Line Street, south of Buena Vista to north of 4th Street. The list of streets was selected based on public complaints and the proximity of the surrounding streets make for a more cost-effective project. Also, an update on the 1819 project. It's currently out for bid, and that list includes Central Avenue, east of Graff Road to west of College, 5th Street, east of San Benito, west of Sally, 7th Street, west of Line Street to west of San Benito Street, and Lad Lane was already done, I'm sorry. Talbot Street, west of Sunset to east of Olga, Nora Drive, south of Tina to north of Irma, Olga Drive from south of Talbot to north of Majestic, Paul Drive, west of Lad Lane to east of Nora, Hillock from east of Lad to north of Sunset. And there's also an ad-alt from Monterey to 1st Street on that project, and that's a chip seal project. The 1920 project that was approved is still currently being worked on, the plans and specs, and that's Rustic Street, 2 portions of 5th Street, and Washington Street.
Okay. Questions from council?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I feel like I'm asking a lot
I
of
have a
questions.
question.
Plenty of time. I'll make this quick. I heard you say Washington Street.
Yes.
It's not even my district, but that is probably like the #1 street I get complaints of. So are we going to be able to get it fixed with this tonight? If not, can we
It's already approved.
potentially like swap out a street or look at a street that's just as bad to address that one? I get a lot of concerns about it. Thank you for your time.
Washington's already approved.
I think probably the better question is when is Washington and some of the others Rustic start?
To answer your question about Washington, it's not currently on the 1819 project because it's a more intensive project. The 1819 is a chip seal project, so the Washington will need curbs and gutters and.
They can't hear you though when you're talking, like other council members.
Washington is going to take a little more extensive design and construction. There's going to have to be some straightening out of the curbs and gutters for drainage and overlaying of that street.
What's the
I
timeline?
see. Thank you for that clarification. If we could just prioritize it, I really get so many complaints about that street. It's been extremely neglected. So if we can find any way we can to prioritize it, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
And it is on the 1920 project list, so.
And Renee, when would that start?
The plans and specs are being worked on now.
They're being worked on.
They're being
Okay.
prepared,
And
yes.
Would this be money from Measure G, or where did that money come from?
It's SB1 money as well.
Okay, and the money from Measure G, the $3.5 million?
We'll probably use that money to supplement some of these projects.
To do what? I'm sorry?
To supplement it so that we can get these projects done. The SB1 funds are probably not going to be enough to do all these projects, so we'll be needing Measure G monies to finish these projects up.
Right, yeah, and I understand. I know we're getting a certain amount from the SB1, but just a reminder to staff that we have $3.5 million for the next several years from Measure G to do repairs also.
Right.
We
Correct.
want to make sure we're lining up those repairs.
Yep. That's what,
Okay.
I
Any
have,
questions from council?
yes, one question. Tell me the last time Park Street was done. I could have sworn it was pretty recent. That street is always getting done, and I can't believe you're planning to do it again. So what's the Park Street story? From San Benito East. It was just done, in fact, twice in the last 5-6 years. When's the last time you did Park Street? Do you know?
I'm not sure when Park Street was done. I know that there was, I believe, a storm drain that went through there and the trench was redone.
You did the whole overlay on Park Street recently. So I'd like to know, you don't have to tell me tonight. I just think Park Street gets a lot of maintenance, and I'm not sure about Olive, but I know you did Park Street. Seems like you concentrate on streets that are around schools all the time, too. They get the benefit of a lot of street improvement.
No. No,
I
that's-
can,
All right.
thank you, Councilmember Lenore.
I'm not
caught that
done.
too. I thought I saw-
Yeah, I wasn't
But
quite
I
done.
saw Park was 82, rated 82, and I know all of it is terrible, and those are good choices.
Okay.
Just want to make
All
sure
right.
that we check that Park Street again, because you're
For-
right, it is
yeah.
And
in pretty good condition, unless they're doing the overlay.
It's in pretty good. And then for the record, I'll just point out again, your San Benito Street never gets any maintenance. Ever. How long you gonna let it go? It's not getting maintained. The whole main street of downtown is ignored year after year after year. When is it gonna get some attention? Thank you.
That's just a reminder, they're going to be putting the storm drains in there so they can be tearing the whole street up. So there's a lot of work that has to be happen underground before they can do the final pieces on top.
Are you talking about San Benito or Park Street?
San Benito Street.
Well, San Benito needs a lot of work. You're true, but it's never gonna get done if we just keep ignoring it. And the street is done. There's nothing left to it.
They're working on the plans for the storm drains.
But
Some
the
of other work.
storm drain is not the issue downtown. It's the water lines, cast iron water line. You know this. We agree on this. What you're gonna just
It's
keep
the
putting it
storm-
off? It's the water
It's the
lines.
storm drains and the water lines all
Okay.
have to be replaced, and they're
Yeah.
working up those plans.
Oh, they're working up the plans, and we need about $8 or $9 million. But it's really tough for me to all the time see all the streets get done, and nothing in front of my house or my neighbor's house or the downtown businesses. You overlaid La San Benito Street and you stopped right in front of Nino's. Couldn't come down a little further and get to Hawkins Street? We're a commercial zone. 800 block is a downtown commercial, and we should have been given consideration for the fact that we have businesses on that street and residences. So everybody's street gets consideration except San Benito. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
All right, go back to council. Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept resolution number 2020-121. Probably the right one. A resolution of this, oh, okay, go ahead.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. We're gonna move to item F3.
Thank you, Renee.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Becky from the City Hollister Finance Department, and I would like to present to you our written water shutoff policy. The City of Hollister provides services for more than 200 water accounts and must comply with the state mandated SB-998 to provide and have available for all customers a written shutoff policy. The policy will provide customers with a better understanding of our water shutoff process and notifications. This policy will also be available in Spanish, which is the language that currently meets the 10% of requirement for the state.
any questions?
No,
No.
Is there any questions, or were you presenting something, or just?
she
You-
already did. Come
You
on,
guys
man.
you guys got a copy, right, of the?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's in staff.
Yeah, we have it all.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from council?
No.
None.
Mayor, if I
Any
can.
speaker cards?
Oh, sorry.
There are no speakers, but I think Brett was
Yeah,
going to say
sorry,
something.
Mayor, just to clarify too, this is a shut-off policy. Right now, we cannot shut off water with the COVID, but we do anticipate also, there's gonna be some issues once we can start shutting water off. So this, like Becky said, this is a state mandated bill, but we're just trying to be ahead of everything.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a motion?
I make a motion, we accept resolution number 2021-22.
Thank you.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. We'll move to item F4.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This agenda item is in regard to requests received by staff to reclassify 2 existing parking spaces as 2 15-minute parking spaces. The request originated from the owners of Sheng Chinese Restaurant located at 201 6th Street. Due to COVID-19 conditions, the restaurant has been providing curbside pickup for its customers. Since this is much faster than dine-in, the restaurant and its customers would greatly benefit from having the 2 15-minute parking spaces in front of the restaurant for a quick takeout meal. Staff recommends that City Council approve the designation of the 2 15-minute parking spaces at 201 6th Street. Any questions?
Is there any questions from council?
Not for me.
Not for me.
I have a quick question. I think a lot of the other restaurants have asked for 1 spot. Why are we gonna be giving 2 spots on this one?
I am not aware of the other restaurants, but if there's any list, we can look into it. Do you have any? Yeah. So in this case, it was an official request that came from the property owners from the restaurant for 2 spaces for the current conditions.
Have we asked the other businesses in the area if we're taking up 2 spots for 15 minutes? I could see potential for conflict with some of the business owners
It's 15 minutes.
needing some spaces also.
Oh, yeah, because it'll block it.
We have not.
If we receive requests, what we consider Hi there. Yeah, if we receive those requests from the business owners, we will consider those requests. We'll go out and evaluate it and bring it back to council for consideration.
I don't have a problem giving them 2.
I don't have.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We have not received a request from other business owners for 2 spots for the 15-minute parking. If we do receive those, we will go out, evaluate them, and bring them back for city council approval consideration.
Okay, no, I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is, would some of the other business owners be upset with 2 15-minute parking spaces? Why can't we just
Losing
use
2
1 at this
spaces
time?
next to their next door.
Because it's taking an additional spot away from some of the other parking.
Yeah.
Wouldn't 1 be sufficient at this point?
Well, that's completely the council's, up to the council's decision. We haven't surveyed any of the businesses around there. If the council would like to approve 1 versus 2, that's completely the council's choice.
Maybe. Okay, wait, can't do that.
Okay. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 1 speaker, Elia Salinas.
I think you can have 2.
I just want to remind the council that there's a public parking lot across the street. So I don't believe that there will be any complaints by the businesses, but I think if the property owner is requesting 2 at this time, and the public notice did go out for the local businesses, obviously they're not here. If you hear from them for the next 30 days, if before it takes effect or something like that, maybe there's a decision, but I don't believe that there's any conflict right now. The restaurant is for dinner, and those other businesses are closed at 5 o'clock. You have the San Benito County Chamber Office. You have another business between that, I can't think of what it is, and then you have Heavenly Bakery, and Heavenly Bakery is not open for dinner. Then you have the bank across the street.
The Sheshung's open for lunch.
And, oh, they are? Okay, but we're talking, the majority of the people that are doing takeout is actually for dinner than they are during the daytime. And then across the street from there is the parking lot, and then you have the bank, which the bank closes, say, by 6 p.m. So I don't think anybody's going to be objecting to 2 parking spaces.
We have another speaker, Richard Ferreira.
Richard Ferrer. I'm also a property owner of a commercial building on San Benito Street. I would recommend you accept this because one of the biggest problems I've had from tenants and everything, and anybody been in Hollister long enough knows, the biggest problem you have is employees parking on the streets. And if you're trying to go to these places, you never have a chance to park because you have employees. They run out there and every 2 hours move their car. This will help. It'll only help the people to go in and out and get the food. And I recommend that you accept this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it the last speaker?
Yeah, there are no more speakers.
Okay. Well, a couple points I want to make. That parking lot in the back is usually full during the day. So it's very important that we recognize there is a shortage of parking spaces. I have no issue with 1 parking spot. I think that's pretty fair for all the restaurants that are now doing the takeout delivery. Taking up 2, I just have a concern that might come back to be a problem for us. I think we should take it one parking spot at a time. Would be my recommendation.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Sendes.
Thank you. I don't think it's unreasonable to just limit it to 1 at this time. I think everybody else that's came, I know Johnny's asked for something, Ohana's asked for something. I could just see this snowballing, that every single person downtown wanting 2 15-minute parking spots. Let's just start off slow and not set that precedent and continue the same standard that we've been having. So I'm completely in support of just allowing 1 at this time.
I have a comment.
Okay.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Such is the quandary with the 4 council members. So, I would like the 2, but I see where it's going, and I don't want inaction, because that also sends a bad message. So unfortunately, I'll have to acquiesce to 1 spot, even though I think 2 would be very good, because I'd like to move it along. Maybe if we see that 1 isn't impeding any neighborhood business, we maybe be able to increase it. We could have started with 2, and if we had outrage, we could have went to 1. But okay, you want to go with 1, and for the sake of moving business along, I'm going to go ahead and agree to 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'd like to say something really quick, if I could. Okay, I do visit this restaurant. Why can't we just give them the last 2 parking spaces on the corner, which would not impede any other business for 15 minutes? I mean, it's the last 2. And then you turn on to, what is that, East Street? East? Yeah. So it would not be in the middle of the block. It wouldn't be at the beginning of the block. It'd be at the very end, right in front of the restaurant. Why can't we just give them those 2?
I understand that. The point I'm making is there's limited parking during the day as it is now. That parking lot is usually full and cars are searching for parking. Maybe not all the time, but there is a shortage of parking in downtown. I just think it's better to go with 1 and we can take it from there. Otherwise, as Councilmember Sanders pointed out, the other restaurants are going to ask for 2 spots also. And then where are we going to be? We're going to keep having the problem of too many spaces being dedicated to the 15-minute. Let's hope that this works.
That's why we
and then we can go from there.
That was kind of my point when we did the very first one. I said it would set a precedent, and it set a precedent.
I would also make a
Should've did
suggestion, Mr.
none.
Mayor, if I may. If we keep seeing this, and maybe we can come up with some kind of policy. I don't know if it's even worth it at this time, but if we keep seeing this, try and make sure there's some kind of like a formula
Oh,
or
I'm freezing
policy
to
that
death.
we can come up with to help allocate these parking spaces.
I'm getting one.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution 2020-123 with an amendment to it to designate one spot for 15-minute parking spaces.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I will second that.
There's a motion and a second. Who made that second?
Vice Mayor Honor Spencer.
Okay. Councilmember Spencer. The motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. We'll move to item F5.
Thank you.
Hope they recognize that we moved something along we didn't really want.
Yeah.
This is
We
the one
did.
with Frederick.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Good evening. This item will approve the Central Avenue Traffic Calming Report recommendations prepared for the City of Hollister by Kimberly Horn and Associates. The Traffic Calming Report provides a evaluation to determine if traffic calming measures are needed, and if needed, what measures should be implemented. Briefly, the process that was followed to determine the need for potential traffic calming improvements for Central Avenue involved collecting existing conditions and historical data, including traffic counts, speed surveys, and collision history. Additionally, there were 3 open house community meetings and an online survey to poll community concerns and wants. The open house meeting attendees and local community provided feedback that was used to guide the study and develop the proposed traffic calming recommendations. To provide the City Council with more detailed discussion of the traffic calming report, Mr. Frederick Venter of Kimberly Horn will be providing a brief presentation to the council on this matter. It is the intent of the presentation to provide the council with a better understanding of the study and recommendations and provide the opportunity to the City Council to ask questions for clarification. And with that, I will turn this over to Frederick to begin his presentation.
Thank you, Danny. Just want to make sure, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great, there we go. So Nova is running the PowerPoint presentation, so we're going to go slide by slide, and every slide has Spanish on it as well. So if we do have any comments in Spanish, I think Abraham will help out to help translate the presentation. So we started this project off a year or so ago, and had a very involved community along Central Avenue on the west side of town. So I'm going to walk you through basically the workshops that we have, the findings, and then the plan that you have in front of you tonight. Next slide, please. So starting off, we asked the community, hey, tell us about your street and your community, and what are the concerns that you have, and what are you thinking of we should address from a traffic calming perspective. So the bullets here list the problems, and they really relate to speeding. They wouldn't want to lose on-street parking, safety of children, quite a few collisions that were reported over a few years, and stop sign violations. Next slide, please. So then we went out and collected some data, and I'm going to share with you a few slides now that actually illustrate sort of the exactly what the community brought to our attention. This shows you traffic volumes over a typical day. We can see the AM peak and the school PM peak, so where kids get picked up, and then the afternoon peak when everybody comes home. Next slide, please. We had some cameras off at the intersection of Central and Felice, and this was the intersection identified with the most sort of what we call California stops or rolling stops. And one can clearly see, that especially in the afternoon, rolling stops was up by 70%. So that means that people do not make a full stop. In the school PM and in the AM peak, there were between 40 and 50% violations of people not stopping at the intersections. Next slide, please. These are a comparison of daily volumes along the corridor. Obviously one can see as we get closer to specifically Westside Boulevard, and the next one's going to be College, that the volumes increase where people continue to travel and sort of migrate to Central Avenue. It is currently in the city's general plan a local street, but we believe it functions more like a collector street. Next slide. So this slide shows speed. So we also measured speeds, traveling speeds at quite a few locations. The upper value indicates the average speed, and the lower value, the 85th percentile speed. I think you may recall that the lower speed is used to actually set speed limits. So if you look at this, would mean that the speed may have been set at 30 miles an hour based on the results that we have, but because of the school, there's a need to not do that and actually keep the speed at 25 miles an hour. That is the de facto speed along residential streets. Next slide. This is shows the traffic speed data that we collected in a perspective of how many and where they are. Probably on the bar chart, the bigger concern is that how many vehicles actually go 10 miles, so that will be 35 miles an hour or more, miles per hour or more on this residential street. There were quite a few vehicles traveling between 40 and 45, and a few actually doing 45 and 50. Next slide, please. So I think what the data illustrated is, yes, the community is correct. There are speeding concerns and safety concerns of violations along this stretch of road. The road is pretty straight. It's got a couple of curves in it. It's got some stop signs at some of the major streets. So there is justification for implementing traffic calming measures along this corridor. So the first step was to develop a toolbox of measures that we showed to the community, and we had the workshops. The community would select some of the measures that they liked. Next slide, please. And then we went back to the drawing board and looked at how we can implement them. So I'm going to walk you all the way from Marguerite going eastwards. I'm going to try and move a little fast through the slides. There's quite a few of them, but it's a combination of striping and some raised medians using flexible curbs, very much like what you see on Cienega Road. But we've actually enhanced the traffic calming measures on Cienega Road with quite a few elements. So this is the first one where we use some striping to sort of direct cars, make them not cross or cut the corners and go too fast around the corner. Next slide, please. This will be a typical intersection. You're going to see a few of these. So that would be the traffic circles, that would be infilled with brick pavers. A element that you probably have not seen anywhere in the city is the introduction of, we call it a 444 high visibility crosswalk. So those are the dashed lines on the northerly leg at Ridgetrail. And what these look like is a picture sort of top right. So these have a different striking pattern, and then on the approaches you also put reflectors, and what those reflectors do is help make the crosswalk visible, especially at night as well. This also saves a third on painting costs. There are several notes in the drawings that illustrate coordination, because I think the southwest corner here is county, so there needs to be coordination with the county about limited sight distance. And you can see where we have the optional infill with brick pavers and those medians that you also see on Cienega. And then what we did on the street is, currently the street has pretty wide travel lanes, and then the parking. So we keep the parking, we stripe what I would call a parking lane, and then we narrow the lanes down to 10 feet. So 10 feet lanes have been indicated to actually reduce vehicle speeds. And then there is a 3 feet striped middle buffer, right? To actually, so with the striping, you narrow down the street to help reduce speeds. Next slide, please. This is the intersection of Ranchito and Central. 4 crosswalks, always stop implemented with the traffic circle. I will show you a little later a rendering that we've prepared for one of these, for the circles at one of the locations, based on comments that we also got back from the community about that along Cienega. It's been noted that people actually just drive over these circles. Next slide, please. Again, the same treatment at Ventura. Next slide, please. Similar layout at Miller. So this is where we turn the always stop into the 4-way stop with the circle. So we believe this will be not just, so this actually helps limit a lot of the vehicles that run through the stop signs and do not stop. And I do believe there was some side distance concerned as well. This intersection also includes improvement with some ADA ramps. Next slide, please. So we're getting a little closer to the school, and here we can see how the crosswalks are now changing to yellow to indicate that we are entering a school zone. Next slide, please. So this is the intersection where we know there are children crossing, and we have made quite a few improvements here to help increase visibility of the students that cross and help slow traffic down even more. So we have on three sides, the yellow 444 crosswalks, and then we do bulb outs along the 2 southerly corners, and you can see that some of the turnarounds are actually pretty tight, and the purpose of that is to you cannot go around this corner anymore at 15 miles an hour. It's probably going to be a 5-mile-an-hour turn for you. And then on the northerly leg, we've actually pushed out a bulb out as well, which will again make the intersection much smaller. So what we did here is we decreased the crossing distance for the students by at least 16 feet. So we took out the distance where they actually enter the street in a parking lane, and all they need to cross now are the actual travel lanes. So on the north-south leg, the students actually now walk onto the ADA ramp, and they are more visible, and they can also see oncoming cars. Oncoming cars can see them, and then they would cross once the cars have stopped. We also recommend that we actually fill in these the flexible curbs with pavers to make this aesthetically really pleasing for people walking and driving past this location. Next location. So around where Central Avenue has some bends in it, we are recommending to, because what people do is they actually drive over the center line when they go around the corner or the bend. So we are recommending to install some engineered rubber curb that could prevent people from doing that, so slowing them down. You will see that none of these are placed so that they will inhibit any access to driveways. You will also see on this slide that electronic speed feedback signs, we have numerous of these along the road, and the purpose of those are that they would, basically a speed limit feedback sign, and they would flash when you drive too fast and tell you your speed limit. I think there are quite a few of these also located along Cienega Road. Next slide, please. Same treatment. So this is the reverse curve that happens on Central Avenue, just past Rossi. Next slide, please. Okay, and here we get to Line Street, similar circle in the middle with the 444 crosswalks. On the east side of Central here, the road actually gets wider. So you will see that we've implemented a wider central median, maintain the parking and still have the 10-foot travel lanes. Next slide, please. At a couple of locations, because of the wide median, we have installed these islands, again, with the engineered rubber curbs. And this is just to create that physical obstruction to help push traffic, you know, and make them feel like the road is actually narrow and sloping down. Next slide, please. Same treatment here. The College Street is actually pretty narrow, so it was not practical, and vehicles would not be able to make left turns if we had to install the circle here. So instead, we installed the curbs on both sides, on both approaches on Central Avenue. Next slide, please. So this is where we get to the east end of Central Avenue. Again, some bulb outs and the crosswalk. There's no crosswalk right now to help mobility for pedestrians and improve safety. Next slide, please. So this is a rendering that we've prepared, and you can see that we've placed some larger boulders inside of that traffic circle, right behind the sign. So what this does is, you know, that we've heard is people driving over the circle, you know, good luck driving over the circle with the boulders in place. There's no maintenance cost to it, and we think it creates another sort of element to traffic calming, vertical element that helps reduce speed as well. And you know, is it aesthetically the best we can do? But from a price perspective and the maintenance perspective, we think these will work pretty well, and purpose as well. Next slide, please. So we, when we spoke to the community, there is a measure in how you create a feel for the community so that they buy into and feel that the improvements are theirs and that they actually have a say in it. And it doesn't only come down to just the engineering portion and calming the traffic, but to create that feel of pedestrian, and you let them know that there is a pedestrian element to this, that they, you know, is important in traffic calming. We'd like to promote art into the pavement, and so Councillor Resendez has helped us to gather quite a few illustrations here that we think will be great examples to show you what we can do. So these photos illustrate crosswalks that have been painted in specific colors. There are various elements as well that there are other elements as well that you can do to bring in that fabric of art from the community side. And so next slide, please. So while you look at these, the idea is that the city will reach out and go through the Calavera School and have an art workshop where the community can actually participate in making recommendations to what the artwork should look like for crosswalks along Central Avenue. You know, and then obviously from a budget perspective, we can anticipate and just figure out where we want to do this as well, and which crosswalks are most appropriate. As you can see, there are very innovative solutions here: animals, plants, patterns. It's really a sort of a newer method of really highlighting pedestrian activity and requires ownership from the local community. Next slide, please. More crosswalk painting that's happening. Next slide, please. So we had 3 workshops, and at the workshop, after that we would have had another outreach, but unfortunately COVID hit. So what we did an online survey where we asked 14 questions. We delivered flowers to every house along Central Avenue, and I think there were almost 200 flyers distributed, and we had 18 responses, and it was also posted in the local paper. And this slide just shows a summary of feedback from the community on specifically the treatments at each of the locations that I've just showed you. I think obviously this is, I wish we could get more votes like this. So it's a yes vote 76% and a no vote is 24%. So overwhelming support, even though there's only 18 people, overwhelming support for installation of the traffic calming measures. Next slide, please. So that's the end of the presentation. I think there was a report attached in the agenda that has more detail in it and summarizes the information. It also has all the renderings and the illustrations. So we can open it up for questions and comments. And I don't know if anyone could just talk maybe about cost as well, if that question comes up, what I can do.
Thank you for the presentation. Did Danny want to come up? Sure. Danny's coming in.
All right. So this project came about as a directive from the City Council to look into a traffic calming study for Central Avenue on November 19, 2018. City Council directed staff to prepare budget and appropriation for the study. March 4th, there was a supplemental to that. The city hired Kimberly Horn to perform the outreach and prepare the report. And the process, as I said earlier, that Kimberly Horn followed was a process to determine the need for these things based on existing conditions, traffic analysis, and meetings and involvements that involve the people. From my own personal experience with getting people to come to meetings and things, 20 years in the union, trying to get people to come and participate, it's very, very difficult. But I believe with the efforts that Kimberly Horn put in, Frederick was extremely effective and was able to prepare a really good report for you. Just to talk briefly about the costs that have been expended at the current, let's see, concept development presentation, I believe there's about $70,000 invested in it already. Soft costs for preparing the plans. And Frederick, you can jump in here at any time. I believe it's about $20,000 more dollars. Construction costs are right around $300,000. And Frederick, I believe there's probably another $50,000 or $75,000 for ADA requirements. So taking it right around $450,000 plus or minus for that.
That's correct.
Yes. So turn it back over to the council in case.
Yes, I have some. Okay, the total cost of all of this to the city is how much? Total cost from start of construction to end?
To about $450,000.
$450,000. Okay, now, I and the thing is, I know it needs to be done, and I understand that. I just do have one little bit of a concern. This pavement treatment design, we paint the sidewalks or we paint the crosswalks.
It's maintenance.
Who's going to be doing all that?
Contractor.
Who's going to come in and keep it up?
Yeah.
The maintenance of that is probably going to have to be through a maintenance agreement or something from an outside contractor to come in and
So
do
we'd
that.
have to contract with an outside contractor?
Possibly.
Possibly.
If our own forces are able to do it, it would be done by a paint crew. But
You don't have guys to do that.
it would have to be maintained.
Yes, I do understand that. Danny, like I said, I like the concept, the amount of money, especially right now, where we are looking at a really bleak budget. I don't know where we're going to come up with $450,000. But I do like the concept. Don't like the roundabouts. You know me and my roundabouts.
Yes.
But I will not okay art. Right now, that is unnecessary. It's an extra cost that this city does not need to incur at this moment.
Okay. If I can speak to funding for the project, our problem currently, as I understand, with the city budget is with the general fund. This is not a general fund expenditure. This is going to be Measure G or traffic impact.
Non-general
funds.
fund.
Yes.
Non-general fund?
Yes.
But
Okay.
don't we also have all that money allocated for road repairs?
Yeah, maybe kind of, sort of, but not really.
Kind of, sort of, but not really.
Yeah.
There's an engineer answer if I ever heard one.
Love that answer.
I mean, there is only so much funds to go around, so I mean,
I would agree with that.
So I guess what I'm trying to get to is, I mean, if we approve this tonight, there's no guarantee that this is going to be done because we have other roads that are more in disrepair that need to be done instead of bulb outs and crosswalks. And you know me and my crosswalks. I love my crosswalks.
I would simply say that I'm encouraged by the project. I think that it's a worthwhile project. However, the decision lies with the council, and whatever the council directs, that's where I'll follow.
Yeah, like I said, the art part, that just right now I think is unnecessary. It's beautiful, it's great, but very unnecessary right now, especially with finances.
Would you consider the project if the arts portion were laid back and brought in at a different time when, say, funding was more available?
Yeah, I would go with this let's drop the art part. We don't need it because, I mean, like I said, right now, we don't know what's going to happen in the next month or the next 3 years. And I just don't see an art project like this being on the top of our list of money because it's going to cost money and it's going to cost money in maintenance. And that's something I don't think that this city or the taxpayers or anybody should have to pay for right now.
Okay. Well, if the council wants to talk about it between one another and come back.
I have a comment here tonight.
Okay, sure.
Okay, I'm done. I'll let
Mayor,
Carol
do you
go.
mind if I speak now?
Councilman Lenore, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, this is a beautiful project. I'm happy for the residents along Central. Central Avenue is a long street, and I'll tell you why it's curved. Because our dear city manager, Mr. Roger Grimsley, believed in the curved street so that you wouldn't speed. So he had a great idea, and it should have worked. But you're speeding around the corners now, and kids are in the hairs of your car. And yeah, we have to do something. You know the painting. I love painted sidewalks, and I love painted crosswalks, and I wouldn't mind the initial cost. By the way, I'd like to know where it's coming out of. It isn't general fund, but I am concerned about the ongoing maintenance because Mike Chambliss does not have men to go be painting everything everywhere. We don't have that. We run the city on a bare bones crew. So while I agree with the art and I think it's wonderful, I'm worried about the continued maintenance. Will the maintenance come out of a non-101 fund? Will the maintenance come out of the streets, which is 101 and 203? Where would the money come out of? And where's the money coming out of for the 400 and something thousand? Which fund?
The 400,000, as I said, it would be a Measure G or either a traffic impact. So what is that, 302?
Okay, so it's the Measure G or impacts. Road impact fees.
Yep.
Well, I do support it. It's a big traffic calming project. I couldn't even get 2 stop signs on San Benito Street. Thank you so much.
Danny, I
Yes.
wanted to thank you for your work and everybody that helped in that project. Loved the concepts, really great work, and glad to see you all made such an effort to get the community involved along Central Avenue. We all know how many issues there are on Central Avenue as far as speeding and the danger there, especially with the school there. You know, we've been fortunate in the way that we've been planning for these things for a while. We have gas tax money, we have SB1 money now, we have Measure G funds coming in. This is why I talked about planning for at least $3.5 million a year for the next several years to get these roads improved and some of the sidewalks. This is what we've been working towards. So it's great to see these coming up. I do want to know how the Cienega project turned out, if we had the study come back from there. And as far as the art, the art is such a small piece of this, but it's probably one of the most important parts. It brings beauty to the neighborhood. It shows it off, you know, and I think time after time we cheap out at the wrong place, and it's not something that's too expensive. It's something that does bring pride to the neighborhood, and we should not be trying to cut out the art for dollars. We have the dollars to do these projects now. We're going to be doing this throughout the community. Hopefully this is a success and we can replicate into more neighborhoods. But maybe, Danny, if you can help me by understanding if you had the studies coming in from Cienega and how that worked out. I know there's one roundabout that's questionable that some people don't like, but how's everything else working out there? Did it reduce the speeds?
Yes, I believe it did. I mean, it's the same concept as what we're proposing for Central. There are reduced lane width. Of course, there are people that are going to abuse things, and some people will, you know, like the truck that drives over the traffic circle because he doesn't like it. Frederick showed you all a rendering of a traffic circle with a big stone in it. That's you know, would deter a car from driving over it and taking advantage of that situation.
Well, Danny, because Cienega is in my district. And
Hang on, Councilmember Spencer, hang on for a second. Let me finish up a question for Danny. Danny, I thought I heard the comment about some speed signs through there as Cienega has. So that's good. Wondering at the stop signs, the study showed quite a few people running the stop signs. Can we put them lighted motion censored stop signs in where as they approach it starts to flash the stop sign? Is that something that works? I'd like to get the opinion on that, if those seem to work or not.
We can take a look at it, and if it's doable, we can do it.
Okay.
Yes.
I can wait for Councilmember Spencer.
Go ahead.
Well, seeing how Cienega is in my district, and I do talk to people in my district, everybody on that street hates those roundabouts.
Okay.
Everybody.
Because they have to slow down?
No, because when they have their trailers and all the other stuff, they can't get around them. They don't understand them because it's a roundabout, but yet you have to stop at every corner. They just don't get it. I do know that we have, and you're right, we have trucks that just drive over them and wreck the signs and everything else. Like I said, I have no problem with the Central Street thing. I do have a problem with the art right now. Okay. I don't think it's an expense that we should be spending. Let's get the road calmed down. Let's see what really happens before we start painting something and some person's driving down the road and, oh my God, stops and looks and gets rear-ended, and then the city's liable.
Yeah.
And I have a problem with the maintenance because we're going to have to put it out for bid. And God knows we will get a bid back for $75,000 a year to keep our crosswalks in pristine condition. And then once we start it, you're going to have every other street in all of Hollister that wants their crosswalks painted. They're going to want them painted them now.
Yeah.
Like downtown.
Like downtown.
And like I said, I'll leave that up to the council. I would like to get something done over there.
Yeah.
And you guys make the choice.
Councilmember Sendis, you have a comment?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say, guys, that I am so excited for the council to finally see this presentation and learn about the process that went into it. I am very proud of the work and the process that was put into it, developing this plan by not only our staff, but Kinley Horn. This, to me, is the definition of good planning. The statistics, especially on police by the school, are horrific. Something needs to be done, and it needs to be done now. I've received a great deal of concerns from residents there. I've said it before, and I'll say it again and again, that I think what was done here basically is a very solid plan, and it ensures good planning. It ensures community buy-in and involvement, and it's a great investment of resources back into our community. Carol, you and I have had this conversation time and time again. The West Side has been so neglected for so long. It's time for us to show the West Side some love, like literally. There are other areas that I get a lot of correspondence about and complaints about, but this is a great start. And if we're going to address the issue, then this is the right way to go about addressing it. Again, I want to thank the staff, and I'm just wondering about that one corner on Bridgeville and Central. I had talked to them about possibly partnering with the county and seeing if the county can allocate funds. Danny, so if we can look into that, because it is county owned, but if we're going to do the other 3 corners that are city owned, then I think the county should pitch in and should help out with getting that one corner done.
Yeah.
My suggestion would be also to tell them if we can take those big boulders in front of their board of supervisors buildings and put it right smack in the middle of Central and Miller as in the roundabout.
That's artwork.
I'm kidding.
I know.
I'm kidding.
I know.
I want to talk about the art just a little bit. So basically, there has been some community involvement already, and I want to explain that to you guys. There's children that have submitted art pieces during the COVID-19 shutdown from Calaveras. We were asked to extend that to the entire community. We did extend it to the entire community. We extended it several times. Unfortunately, this has been politicized, and that's what's happening here.
What? Who did that?
Just let me finish what I'm saying. Please, Carol.
Okay.
So we not only did we ask for submissions of artwork from the children and the community, but then we have a graphic designer who graduated from Calaveras, and then she is planning on putting together like essentially a design, not only for the crosswalk, but like a medallion piece logo that can go all over the west side of Hollister. So I thought that was a really great concept to involve the community. Again, not only to get investment from them and buy-in. Lastly, I just want you to stop for a minute, Councilmember Lenore and Mayor Ignacio Velasquez. I want you guys to remember when I came to you years ago in 2014, and I proposed a project to you about the art boxes.
I remember.
And I want you to remember how much that art did for our city. I want you to remember and to have the Met City Manager ask and propose what is the maintenance cost on those art boxes today, City Manager.
I believe it's very minimal.
I don't think there's any. I want to tell you guys that the reason for the crosswalks and the inspiration that I got is because we went to a League of Cities, I think in Long Beach, and there's actually a contractor who specializes in doing this. They're going to use like recycled materials, that type of thing. So this is what they do. Councilmember Lenore, Mayor Ignacio Velasquez, and the reason I'm talking to you guys specifically is because you were there in 2014. You were sitting up there on that dais when I came to you and I asked you to put your trust in me. If we can get this project done, I am guaranteeing you that it's going to be very low maintenance, there's going to be community involvement, and that it's going to be done right. You've seen what I've done in the past. I need your support, not only for the traffic calming portion, because that is vital, but to really beautify that part of town and to show them that we care about them and to put some investment in them. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your time.
Councilmember Sanders, I want to thank you. I know you worked so hard on this project to make this thing happen. And there's so many pieces of it. And again, the staff, Kimberly Horn, really it's the example, the chance we have to start doing things right. And that's where we've been trying to get to for so many years. Now we're finally here. It's time to do it right. To say we can't do a project because it might cost a few more $1,000 and lose the opportunity to beautify a neighborhood, make a neighborhood proud, I think would be a mistake. I'm excited. I'm very excited. I just can't thank all of you enough, and especially all the residents that participate. And that's what we want in every neighborhood. We want to build that community involvement, get them excited about their neighborhoods and proud. That's the most important part, proud of their neighborhoods. So I'm excited. So thank you all again. Any other questions or comments?
I was excited about my downtown too, and I didn't get any support from you.
And I was excited about my
The only one
crosswalk at
Roland's
the high
doing
school, and I
something.
didn't get any
Two
support
stop
from you
signs
two.
to traffic calm downtown, and you and Roland did not support them.
Guys, we're talking about
I'm
something.
not gonna go back and
Yes.
forth. If you're not gonna support it and you're
I
gonna
am
make
gonna
it
support it, but I
Next.
am gonna
Everybody,
support it.
please
Roland,
stop.
Roland,
Guys,
I am.
please, everyone, stop. We're talking about Central Avenue Safety
That's
Improvement
correct,
Project.
and we
The
are
house
gonna
is to
support
beautify
it.
the area.
Yeah.
Please,
Okay.
this is not the time again to argue about things, folks. We
Only
need
when
to
it's rolling
stop
your
this.
way, baby.
I don't
That's the only
understand this
time.
hate that keeps going around.
It's not hate,
Let's get
Ignacio.
something done in our community
It's
to
not-
protect our neighborhoods, slow down
Okay.
the cars, and make our neighborhoods
We're
proud.
not
One
hating, we're
neighborhood
not
at a time.
hating, we're not
Let's get it
hating on the
done.
neighborhood.
Please not
We're
take
not,
everything
we're
else
not.
into this. There's no
Oh,
reason
geez,
for it.
would you quit
We have
campaigning
these different
already?
parts.
I think
And
Charlie.
this is Charlie from the fire department.
Hey, Charlie.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Okay, I like the plan. I just need Kimberly Horn to come talk to us about it because although we don't disapprove it, we don't approve of traffic calming devices. So there were some areas in there that were a little too thin and thinner than our fire engine. So we're gonna have to make some adjustments on that and have them go over there and then just show us the plan because we didn't have any contact with any of this. And after seeing the plan, there was a couple of thin spots that were in there. So we're gonna have to sit down and talk with them before we start moving forward with this.
Thank you, Charlie. Any other speakers?
Yes, Elia Salinas.
So as you all will remember, there was a lot of love being shown to the west side on Central Avenue. And it was over $1 million grant that we had to give back because there was pushback that was initiated by elect Resendez at the time, who brought forth a lot of the community. And it's great to do that. Your grassroots was awesome, but it was also based on false information. But the council pushed back and said, okay, they're not going to take this up. It was a lot of work. And there was a study survey already done by Mary Paxton. So I'm not understanding why would we spend $70,000 to Kimberly, what is it? I can't remember.
Kimberly Horn.
Anyway, $70,000, another $20,000. So actually, we're now talking about, we're talking $450, we're talking $540,000 plus maintenance for some artwork. I'm glad that Fire Marshal Bedoya was on the line because that was one of the things that was going on early on when we went through this in 2018, was that the fire department and the police department were brought in because it is important for emergency vehicles to get to calls. And if you're going to be slowing down traffic, you're also slowing down emergency vehicles, and that is slowing down the response time. So that needs to be taken into consideration. Both of you are on the GPAC. This Central Avenue should be included in your study in the GPAC committee. I think you should not have to approve this tonight. I think that if you include it in your GPAC, and it's very important, this is your doing there, Mayor Velasquez, is that it's your baby, and you guys, there's 3 of you that are making all the decisions. Where are the funds are coming from is you're saying it's Measure G money. Where on the list is Central Avenue for the monies to be spent on the Measure G funds that are going to be coming in? There's a list, and they go by priority. Are you going to cut the line and get Central Avenue up there? And now you're going to be taking that monies from other streets that are in dire need of being repaved. Now, I don't disagree with the input of the children putting in this arts design. If it's going to be painted, it could be vandalized. There's maintenance to be restored. I was in Morgan Hill today, and their sidewalks, their crosswalks are really gorgeous. Councilman Melendez, I totally agree with that. But it's the way that they're made and the way they're maintained. We don't have the funding that Morgan Hill does, so please take into consideration the maintenance that'll cost.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
There are no more speakers.
So I do want to go back to the conversation that was just had. You know, early on, this Central Avenue, this conversation happened really without getting really good input from the community in that area. And they were furious about it because they were taking away parking spaces to make room for bike lanes that really didn't fit in the area. The great thing was people listened, everybody stepped back, got the input from the community about what they wanted. And we're very clear on that. And again, this is a beautiful project. Staff has done a wonderful job. Kimberly Horn, your ideas are excellent. Do things have to be changed here and there? Yes. But remember, the idea here is to make sure we have a safe, slow down the road on Central, make it in a way that people are proud and feel comfortable going out. It's one of the projects I mentioned before. We worked hard to get ourselves to a point where we finally have dollars to start fixing our roads. We have plenty of dollars to take care of this project, along with many other projects we're working on, and a lot of other designs that are coming for different neighborhoods to do the exact same thing. Slow down the traffic so people feel safe in their own communities. They don't have to worry so much about their kids being run over because people are flying down the street or running stop signs. This is not the time to bicker about politics or this or that person did whatever 5 years ago, 10 years ago. That's over. And I keep saying this. Our job here is to make sure we start getting things done, not to come back and find reasons to stop these projects because we don't like one item or another. Let's let the neighborhoods, that's why we got their input. Let's let them make their decisions. If they're to decide they don't want something, that's fine. That's not for us to decide. They gave their input. Let's trust in it. Danny, you did an awesome job leading this, and I can't thank you enough, and everybody else. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if I could say one thing with regard to coordination with the fire department. If the council approves this tonight, as we move into final design, I will have the final design coordinated with the fire department. There shouldn't be any real impacts to the response time because of this particular project. It's similar to Cienega and width and stuff, but whatever the case is, I will have that design coordinated with the fire department to address their concerns. One other thing I'd like to say about the report, Chief Reynoso, there are portions of the report from analysis that were taken that we would forward to you that you may want to do some adjustments in your patrol to take care of. So I'll forward that stuff to you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Councilmember Resendez, go ahead.
Thank you. So the resolution we're looking at tonight is approving the Central Avenue traffic calming report. We're not actually approving the budget itself. It's just approving the report and the design. I'm hoping that we can approve this unanimously. And then at the very next city council meeting, because this has been going on for a long time because of COVID, you're going to bring back the budget at that time in a different design. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, actually, what this resolution will do will approve the report and authorize staff to implement the traffic calming measures. We will go ahead and finish up the final design through our on-call contract with Kimberly Horn, come back and get authorization to bid the project. During the design phase, there will be an engineer's estimate that will be finalized, and that estimate will be presented to the council. When we put the project out to bid, we will get actual bid costs, and at that time, we will come back and ask for funding of the construction.
Very well. Thank you for explaining that. So we're at the very beginning phase of this. I would like for the council to adopt this. Let's say we cut certain elements of it, like the art. At least we have this approval so that we can probably address that at a more appropriate time. Thank you.
And Danny, when this does the design and everything else, you will be sitting down with fire and police to see what is going, what their avenue is to be, because the last thing I want to is approve anything and have somebody's house on fire or somebody's child hit by a car, and the response time is going to be slowed because of all this slowdown.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, some of the when we went through the Cienega study, some of the things that were concerned, there have been a request for speed bumps and other things like that would slow down response times or other things that the fire department sort of wants to steer away from. We will definitely work with
Okay,
these
thank you.
departments.
Thank you, Danny. You
Yep.
did a great job.
Thank you.
I have a final comment.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You know, folks, when we ask questions, it's not that we don't like the project. We're just asking questions. I don't like to get the accusation that when I'm asking questions, that I'm somehow politicizing it. I'm up here to ask questions. So, Mayor Velasquez, when we ask questions, I don't like it when you accuse us of politicizing things. We're just asking questions, just like you are. And, you know, you're always concerned with spending. You deny Mike Chambliss stuff all the time. You delay that guy, you delay that guy. Those are non-101 funds. But then something like this comes up in a non-101 and it's full speed ahead. So I'd like you to think about that for the future. Thank you.
I've been thinking about these things for a long time. That's why we're getting these roads fixed. Priority number one here we've been talking about.
Yeah, it took
So
me
with
10
that,
years.
is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would proudly move that we adopt resolution number 2020-124, a resolution of the City Council, the City of Hollister, approving the Central Avenue traffic calming report.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 4-0. And move to item
Thank you.
F6.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Danny.
And all your staff.
Good evening. This is Eva with the Planning Department. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. And item F6 is a resolution to authorize the annual levy of the special taxes for fiscal year 2021 for CFD2, which is our Police and Fire Services CFD. And this item is similar to F7 and F8, but if you have any questions on the annual levy resolution, I'd be happy to answer them.
Is there any questions from council?
No.
Is there any speaker cards?
There are no
Is there
speakers.
is there a motion?
I move that
I'll
we.
move that we adopt resolution number 2020-125. Sorry, Carol.
Oh, it's okay.
For the motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Going to move to item F7.
Great. This is Eva again. F7, similar to the last one, is for authorizing the annual levy of the special tax for CFD4, which is our public facilities, community facilities.
Is there any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2020-126.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 4-0. We'll move to item F8.
Thank you again. This is Eva. And this is a third and final annual levy resolution for fiscal year 2021 for CFD 5, which is our Police and Fire Services CFD that was adopted in 2018 to replace CFD.
Is there any questions?
No.
Any speaker cards?
There are no speakers.
Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2020-127.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. We're going to move to item F9.
Alrighty. Again, this is Eva with the Planning Department. Item F9 is a request from the applicant to initiate pre-zoning of an approximately 98-acre parcel that's located in the unincorporated area of the county. And the request is to pre-zone or to initiate the pre-zoning process to annex or for future annexation into the light industrial zoning district, the M1 zoning district. This property is APN 014120015, and it's located east of San Felipe Road and north of Burt Drive. There was a map included in your report. And the general plan designates this property as industrial, which it contains both the light industrial, which is the applicant's request, as well as the industrial business park zoning district. And then pending the city council approval of the initiation tonight, the applicant would submit an application for pre-zone and annexation of the property. And after that, staff, we would go through our environmental review process and ultimately would schedule public hearings for the pre-zone with both the planning commission and the city council for consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this item, but I will leave it at that.
Is there any questions from council on this item?
No.
No.
Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
There are no speakers.
Okay, is there a motion?
I make a motion, we accept resolution number 2021-28.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion carries 4-0. We're going to move to item F10.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Planning Manager. If you recall, this item was tabled from the June 1st, 2020 meeting by the City Council after a request from the applicant to continue this item. This item is a request for an out-of-jurisdiction sewer service for the property located at 1735 Santa Ana Road. The property is located outside of the city of Hollister city limits, but within the city's sphere of influence. The applicant is currently seeking entitlements with the County of San Benito for a tentative map to subdivide the approximately 21-acre parcel into 41 lots for 40 single-family homes and 1 stormwater detention parcel. The nearest sanitary sewer connection is an 8-inch line located within Santa Ana Road, approximately 2,300 feet to the west of the property. The current proposed tentative map is attached to this transmittal that you received as attachment B. Although the property is located outside of the city of Hollister's city limits, it is within the city's sphere of influence and city's planning area and has a designation of low-density residential in the city's general planning area. This means that if the property were to be annexed into the city limits, the city would pursue a low-density residential R1 performance overlay zoning designation for consistency with the general plan. And although the city of Hollister general plan indicates 1 to 8 units per acre for the LDR properties, if the property were annexed to the city, it would likely be annexed low density residential performance overlay. And per section 1714.010 of the Hollister Municipal Code, quote, lands within the R1 overlay zone predominantly include vacant land within the city of Hollister in the low density residential land use category of the general plan. An average development density of 1 to 8 units per net acre is required in this overlay zone with a targeted minimum density of at least 6 units per net acre. Again, this is if it were to be annexed to the city. The development proposal at 40 single-family homes on 21 acres suggests an average density of 1.9 units per acre. However, the site is in the county's jurisdiction and not in the city. With that being said, city staff would recommend a preference toward annexation of the property and all properties to the west to connect to the city limits to allow for development that is more in line with the standards within the city's adopted general plan and zoning ordinance, more so because this property is within the city's sphere of influence. As a point of clarification, staff would like to be on the record to indicate that the recommendation on the agenda for this item, item F10, is incorrect as stated, which reads, staff recommends that the City Council of the City of Hollister adopt a resolution authorizing the city to provide sewer service outside of its jurisdictional boundaries, but within the sphere of influence, but should read instead as stated in the City Council agenda on June 1st, 2020, item F7, when it was tabled, which read, quote, the City Council of the City of Hollister shall consider the adoption of a resolution authorizing the city to provide sewer service outside of its jurisdictional boundaries, but within the sphere of influence to the property located at 1735 Santa Ana Road. What occurred is that the Development Services Department submitted this transmittal to the city clerk as, quote, introduction and adoption of resolutions, unquote, and therefore the city clerk's office, when they saw the word consider, thought it was a mistake and meant adopt, as it's the case in every other resolution. We apologize. The reason why staff is indicating consider rather than adoption in the recommendation is because when a property is within the sphere of influence, as is the case with this, the preference would be towards annexation of the property to allow for development that is more in line with standards within the city adopted general plan and zoning ordinance. However, if the council's preference or action is to provide out of jurisdiction, then the council can opt to adopt the resolution. Therefore, to clarify and in conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council of the City of Hollister shall consider the adoption of a resolution authorizing the city to provide sewer service outside of its jurisdictional boundaries, but within the sphere of influence and within the urban service area water and wastewater master plan to the property located at 1735 Santa Ana Road, further identified as assessor parcel number 019-310-009. And if the City Council wishes to do so, then direct staff to apply to the Local Agency Formation Commission for said services. Are there any questions for staff?
Not at this time.
Any questions from council?
Not right now. I want to hear from the public.
Do we have speaker cards?
Yes, Anthony Lombardo.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Anthony Lombardo, on behalf of Williams and Stotler, who are the owners of this property. I hope you had a chance to review my brief letter. I apologize for the fact that you didn't get it till this afternoon, but practicing law from your living room with your assistant in her living room and your associate in his living room makes things a little awkward. I hope there aren't too many typos in it. In any event, I guess I'll start by saying I don't really understand why I'm here tonight. The city has entered into an agreement in 2016 with the Sunny Slope Water District that I included in my letter that says in section 101, the city shall deliver sewer service to properties in Sunny Slope outside the city's boundaries. This is not a matter that has any discretion attached to it. It's not if you like the project, if you don't like the project, if you like the applicant, if you don't like the applicant. It is an absolute and unequivocal requirement. If the city doesn't like this agreement any longer, it was only entered into in 2016, but if the council no longer wishes to be a party to delivering sewer service to Sunny Slope, there's a provision for termination. Section 3 says either party can terminate it on 1 year's notice. And the agreement actually expires next year. But what the agreement doesn't give the city the authority to do is decide whether there's going to be winners or losers with this providing sewer service. I mentioned in my letter, within the last year, the city manager provided 2 letters to Sunny Slope acknowledging that sewer service was to be delivered. This is in the Hollister urban area for providing sewer service. And Mr. Stotler is going to speak to you in a moment, but there isn't any practical ability to annex any more property into the city at this time. You have, this project's been going on for 3 years.
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
That this issue came up at the County Planning Commission about annexing.
Okay.
And the data based on the approved and undeveloped lots showed that there was approximately, I think, 10 years, and this is a year ago, or a year and a half ago when we were at the County Planning Commission, but there was roughly a decade worth of approved and undeveloped parcels to be developed in the city. So from a LAFCO perspective, it's really not feasible to talk about annexation of additional property at this time. Legally, it's not feasible to talk about denying service to this applicant because they are entitled to have service from the city based on this August 2016 agreement. So we would respectfully request that you direct staff to sign the letter requested by Sunny Slope. There is no legal reason or basis for us to go to LAFCO so that we can move forward with the project at the county and avoid other options. Thank you. Mr. Stotler, I'd like to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of staff. I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Scott Stotler. I'm an architect by trade. I've worked very hard. This project, this property is my livelihood. We started this process, as we mentioned, about 3 years ago. I checked with the county, checked with the zoning. We're going full speed ahead and trying to develop out these as custom residential estates in this area. We had heard from the county that the city also, there was going back and forth that they, because we're in the sphere of influence, wanted to get a higher density or requested a higher density. We didn't necessarily wish to do that at the beginning, but we had some pressure from the city, so we said, okay, let's look at it, let's do it. So we met with the commission, and we also redesigned the site to pick up more density in keeping with a more consistent growth pattern towards the city limits in respect of that. We also redid our site plan engineering, redid the environmental study, as well as the traffic studies. The end result was there was minimal impact in our studies that we had done. This design, I feel, will make a good transition between the higher density developments typically found in the cities and then the lower density developments typically in the counties. Also, it'll allow for housing that isn't competing with the higher density tract homes occurring in the city as well. So it's a different type of product and a need that's not being met much in Hollister area right now. It also provides, if this is, we're able to get the sewer, it also provides additional sewer hookup and fees for the city rather than none. And so that's what I'm here for tonight, is just to ask. And again, like Tony, we didn't understand why we're here tonight, but we're here. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Ann Hall?
Hi, Ann Hall here with San Benito Engineering. We have been working on this project, like Scott mentioned, for going on 3 years now. And the initial concept was complying with county standards and 1 acre lots on septic. And as part of that process, the fact that it was in the sphere of influence came up at the county meetings. The city manager, city planning personnel attended the meeting and were very clear that they did not want septic in the city sphere of influence, that they wanted this to be on sewer. In fact, they wrote a letter to Sunny Slope asking Sunny Slope to deny water service unless the project agreed to be on sewer. And the project came back, was redesigned to be on sewer. So, this was something the city asked for, that then the project did. And as part of this process going back to the county, we need a will serve letter for sewer. So we went through the same process that other projects have gone through in the last year, similar to Dividend Homes at Fairview Corners, which is we did a request to Sunny Slope because we're in Sunny Slope's district. They wrote a request for a will serve letter to the city. And like you've issued on 2 other projects that I know of in the past year by the city manager, because this is all covered under the urban area plan. So what we're asking for is something that shouldn't require a city council meeting, but we're here. So in that event, we'd like approval of this so this project can go forward in the manner the city itself requested it go forward. And I'll be here if you have any other questions.
Okay, do we have any more speakers?
Yes. Richard Ferreira?
Richard Ferrer, Mr. Mayor, council people. I've got a question. The city has been providing wastewater treatment to all these projects that the county's been doing for years now. Why are you being, this one particular project is done? The city will not accept any annexations, anybody trying to come in, so they're forcing the people to be able to meet the state housing requirements by building in the county. Now all of a sudden the city's raising their hand and trying to deny one project for providing wastewater. water when you've been providing it to everything way out, completely way out, where we should have been building, should have been annexing in the city, and been building into the city. I can't see legally why you could deny this project. And it would be unfair that you do deny this project. And I would like you to look at that and take it into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Next speaker.
Not sure, but Drew Lander had his hand up earlier. Drew, did you want to make a comment?
This is Drew Lander. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I really don't have necessarily a comment, but I'm here to answer any questions if they relate to the Sunny Slope County Water District. But
he's the general
I did
manager.
want to confirm, as the general manager of the Sunny Slope County Water District, I just want to confirm that yes, we have agreed to provide water. And we've asked the city to provide the wastewater service per the agreement through the urban area wastewater plant. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
There are no more
Thank you.
speakers.
Okay, any questions from council?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, everybody knows I am not afraid of development. I like development. I like smart growth. So it's not, my comments aren't gonna come from a no development staff stand. My comments are gonna come from planning. I wasn't on here when they made that agreement, and I never agreed with this county building in the sphere of influence. So I don't care what the people did before I got here, because now I'm saying that things have to change. So, this property has never requested annexation to the city. Never requested, they just think they're gonna do whatever they want in the county. I think I would have been feeling better if you made an attempt to annex in the city. I know we have issues, but we had 5 members before Marty Richmond died, and we could have gave you a decision then. Now it's a little more trickier. Okay, the density is still too low. This is not smart growth. Smart growth has a density. Smart growth goes up. It doesn't take half-acre lots. And I gotta tell you, these units are gonna do nothing for RENA for the county, because you're probably over on the above market rate already. So how are these gonna contribute to the RENA numbers for the county? They're not. But they could be very useful for the city at a higher density to go towards our RENA numbers so that we can maintain our housing element. So the density is still too low. You're in a city area trying to do a county density. No, it's wrong. As I said, it's not gonna help RENA, but it could benefit the city. Look, I know we have an agreement that this is one of those times that I'm gonna challenge that agreement. And I gotta tell you, I'm really getting squeezed in by the county. The people don't like the sprawl. City's not sprawling, county's sprawling. I'm sorry, County of San Benito. I'm sorry to say that, but this is a good example of you sprawling into the city sphere of influence. Is it not? I'd like this property to make a request for pre-zoning and annexation into the city. And maybe you gotta wait for that 5th vote, but you don't not follow the process. I'm not in agreement with providing this property any service, any sewer service, as well as any other property. I don't know you, I don't know your property, I just know I don't like the planning that's involved in this. It's cutting the city out. You're in our sphere of influence, so we have something to say. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead. Councilmember said this.
Mr. Prado, Abraham Prado, correct me if I'm wrong, though, isn't there like a policy that says if they're within our sphere of influence, they need to come ask us for annexation or like in order to get sewer services?
That's a policy that's between the city and the county, that if there is a property within the sphere of influence, that really the county should really have the applicant come to the city for initiation of pre-zoning and annexation. Not to say that that's been followed by the county, but that is one thing that I believe is policy 19 that indicates that really it should come to the city of Hollister for initiation of pre-zone and pre-zone.
Thank you for clarifying, because I hear every single speaker come up here and say, I don't know why I'm here. I don't even know why we're here. Anyhow, so I think that's one reason why we're here tonight. And yeah, I agree with Councilmember Lenore. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. I just want to also indicate though that if the applicant does have the ability, whether it be in the sphere of influence or outside of the sphere of influence, to come before the council to apply for out of jurisdiction, and we've done that in the past as well. But I mean, the findings have to be in concurrence with the Cortese Knox Act for LAFCO. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Well, I'll make a comment. Councilmember Lenore, I agree with you on this one.
But for different reasons.
One of the things that's driven me crazy for a long time, and I'm sure you too, is these county pockets all over our city, and then the resources aren't there to maintain them properly, and we have issues where one street we can do something about it, the next street we can't do something about it, and it goes on and on and on.
He's got a good point.
Yeah.
And whose
There was
fault
a
is
time
that?
this happened. Those times have gone by. It's time that we stop doing these things and just start planning correctly. And that's what we've been looking for, and with the update of the general plan and some of the other ideas that have been out there. But to just allow another county project within the city would be a major mistake, and we don't need to go down that path any longer.
Another
Can
comment,
I say something? Can I say something? Okay. Okay, and you said it. You do not want any more county pockets. So here, I have a grand idea. Why don't the applicants come to us, ask for pre-zoning, and we annexation, I can't say the word. Annexation this property into the sphere of the city. How about if we do that?
It's in the sphere.
But annex it into the city limits. Let's do that. Because you just said you do not want any more city, county pockets. So my proposal is the applicants come back, we pre-zone it, and we annex it into the city. And then they can have their sewer.
And then you could talk about Grimsley, Rosati, and Woodall.
Yeah.
Because this is the issue. This is the issue, Ignacio. They're going to the county.
I don't want to get into side conversations about different issues, but again, I can say
you're forcing these folks into the county.
What we need to stop is the islands, and hopefully we can do that here. And then again, a good general plan will guide us in the right way to make sure we have the facilities we need, the infrastructure we need, so that a person doesn't leave their home and get stuck in traffic 2 blocks away, and then gets through that traffic, gets more traffic 2 blocks after. We need to plan correctly. And that's been my point all along. Let's do the things right.
You can.
And there's a lot of steps that have to happen before we even get there. As you know, I pointed out that little dirt path where kids have to walk to school in the dirt because we didn't insist on better planning and the
because we don't annex anything. We don't annex anything.
Going that way, but that's the
well, you don't want to fix it either. You don't want to fix the dirt pathways. You had an opportunity out with Rosati and Brigantino. No, you talk out of both sides of your mouth.
Okay, well, hold on. We have more speakers.
It's frustrating.
Did we have different speakers?
Yes.
Marilyn's coming.
Didn't we close public comment?
We already closed public comment. That's right.
Well, she wants to talk.
Well, she can talk.
My name is Marilyn Ferreira.
Thank you. Sit down.
No,
Roland.
Roland?
It's not uncommon to reopen a public hearing. You'd know that if you had any experience.
Councilmember Lenore, we did close public comment.
And you can reopen it, Mayor.
We're going to move on to a vote.
Oh, he's terrible.
Mayor Ignacio Velazquez, reopen public comment.
We closed public
3
comment.
projects were
you to
brought to
reopen
the
it.
city, all approved by your staff,
We're telling
and
you to
you
reopen
denied
it.
them. You voted 2-2.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, shut it down. We know. That's all
Is there a
right.
motion?
I make a motion that we accept Resolution 2020-129.
Yeah, but then we're gonna give him the out-of-boundary service.
Give it to him.
I can't. Okay.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
This is going to come back and bite you. You're in violation of the law. You've
there
been
another
shut
motion?
down. The
Thank you.
growth management system was shut down.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'm not through yet.
Councilmember Lenore.
I'll move that we do not consider Resolution 2020-19 based on the findings that I stated.
Okay. There's a motion. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Did she say that we're denied it? I'm sorry.
No. As staff recommended that we consider.
I'm making a
As staff
recommendation to deny Resolution 2020-129 based on my
She said we
comments.
deny it.
I can't hear very well. I'm sorry, Cheryl. Say that again.
I want to deny Resolution 2020-129 based on my comments that I think it's more appropriate in the city. Not that I don't like development.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so you made a motion to deny. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
No.
I can't give him that.
Okay. Motion carries 3-1.
Oh, you just got us into
sorry.
another lawsuit.
Well, I'm getting tired of being threatened with lawsuit on everything.
We are at 10 o'clock. We're going to need to get permission from the council to continue. And should we take a 5-minute break, everyone?
Why? Aren't we almost done?
Yeah, well, let's just take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back at 10:05.
We have 2 more items. All right.
Thank you.
We're back.
Councilmember Attendance is back also?
Yeah,
I'm here,
yes,
Mr. Mayor.
yes.
Okay, let's get started. We're gonna move to item G1, reports from city council members
Oh,
regarding their committees.
okay, yes.
Councilmember Lenore?
Okay, committees. Those are committees, got it. Okay. I had an AMBAG meeting on June 10th. I had an AMBAG meeting, and the big item there was the REAP, Regional Early Action Planning. That was the $8 million they doled out, and I can't remember why they doled it out, SB whatever, or Assembly Bill, but they doled out $8 million, and our county's gonna get $300,000. So I was really bummed about that, but they had their reasoning for how they did the approach and how they calculated it. I didn't like it, and I expressed that I thought the little cities didn't get enough, but it'll be up to COG now to see how they disperse the $300,000 that the county was awarded through that $8 million regional early action planning. But it's a good thing. It helps the housing element. That's the thought process. They said that really was the money is kind of intended to help people, jurisdictions prepare their housing element and help them out, son. So that's what I learned at AMBAG. And then tomorrow I have area on agency. So I'll report at the next meeting. So committees, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Spencer.
I have nothing to report on any committees.
Councilmember Resendez?
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
All right, my report is from our COG, or actually Mobility Partnership meeting with San Benito County, Hollister, VTA, Santa Clara County. We're trying to get the point system set up to pick the two potential routes, I should say, on our partnership for having part of Highway 25 and 152 run together. So we're working on that, working on some discussions about the new off-ramp at 101 South at 25. Caltrans and Santa Clara County are trying to work out some issues with the property right along where that wedding facility is right now. There's some issues there with the road they're trying to work out to try to keep that project on schedule starting in 2022 is the hopes on that one. So I'll give you more updates as I get them. And this week I'll have a COG meeting. We'll get more information. And that is all I have. So we're going to move to G2, informational reports from City Council. Okay. Councilmember Lenore?
Yes. Okay, I don't have too much, and I always forget stuff, but I did attend the San Benito County Business Council meeting through Zoom. They talked about Measure G funds and, let's see, and also the Strata autonomous vehicle project. It was a long meeting, and I really enjoyed it. I always like those meetings. They have a great group there in the business council, so I always thank them for inviting me. Also, on June 9th, I met with Brian Swanson because I missed all but 30 minutes of the GPAC committee because I just missed it. I wasn't happy with myself, so I got briefed by planning staff on the GPAC. I only saw the last 30 minutes of that on the intersection studies that you might do. And then on, that's all I got. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Spencer?
Thank you. I have a lot to say tonight. I want to start off tonight by saying this council is in a I got you moment. Ignacio Velazquez and Rolly Resendez are after me for going over my budget. Let me explain. In March, I went to Washington, D.C. for a conference. This was approved and booked in January. On June 9th, when I received the budget, this is when I realized that I had gone over my budget. I immediately called and said, who do I make a check to? I wrote out a check for $522. It was not my intention to go over budget. However, Ignacio Velazquez and Roland Resendez are angered by the fact that they were not informed of my trip. and want to know who authorized me to attend and why did I not report back. Roland Resendez even ordered staff to itemize the details of my expenditures. Here's what I find funny. Ignacio states that I never reported anything about this trip. However, Roland stated that, I do recall you did take a trip. You did come back and tell us about your trip in your informational report. He goes on to say that before COVID, I had plenty of chances to talk about my trip. Really? The meeting where I reported about my trip was on March 16th. 4 days later, we went into shelter in place. Roland Resendez accused me of taking a friend with me. This is a false allegation. And I asked Ignacio Velasquez to reprimand Resendez for his false allegation. But as usual, Ignacio ignored this plea. I went to this conference because I saw a lot of workshops that would help me to become a better leader for our community. After all, that's what I was elected for. Whew. I went to this conference because I saw a lot of SB bills that would help our community also. I also went to find out about grants that we, the city, can apply for directly from federal government. To be treated by these two as if I'm some kind of criminal shows me how much disdain they have for me. And they do not care what they have to say or lie about me, and they will stoop to new levels. This is why this council cannot work together. I know you, the community, are sick and tired of all this pettiness and childish behavior, and I am too. But it is my fault. I have allowed them to draw me into their drama and suck the life out of me. All I can say is I'm working on this, and just let me say I did not go to play or whatever they think. I went to learn, and boy did I. And here's what I learned. On March 7th through March 12th, 2020, I attended a conference in Washington, D.C., National Leagues of City. This conference is open to all cities throughout the United States, and I received an invitation, as did my colleagues, via email. I looked into what was being offered and how it would help me to help our community and decide this was a very good opportunity for me to express the needs of our community to our representatives at this level. As your elected official, it is my duty to talk to our state and federal reps to inform them of our needs for our community. Our county is very small and we are overlooked often. We need a voice that our representatives will hear. The old saying, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. The opportunity I had was to go to Washington, D.C., was to talk to our California congressmen and women and our senators about legislation priorities for California cities. As your elected official, I'm working to improve the health and welfare of our community and the people that live here. As a leader in this community, I am trying to solve the problems in our community and eager to partner with other levels of government to support my efforts. When federal, state, and local relationships break down, and when the federal government unduly limits local authority, I, as a leader, am left with fewer tools and reduced power to solve problems. I am working to improve this by meeting with our state and federal reps. Building a working relationship with our state and federal reps is extremely imperative, and I can say that there is no working relationship from this council currently. Hollister is not alone in facing the housing crisis and homelessness. I had the opportunity to talk with our representatives at about SB 330, the Eviction Crisis Act, which would create new tools to help end our rising rate of home evictions. Another bill was SB 3083, the Family Stability and Opportunity Vouchers Act, which would create an additional 500,000 housing vouchers specifically designed for low-income families with young children. We talked about renewing the federal transportation programs by the September 30th, 2020 deadline when the current FAST Act expires. Make cities full partners in their transportation goals by 1, restoring the Surface Transportation Block Grant, STBG, program share for locals at least 62.5% and increase the use of this sub-allocation model for accountability and effective reinvestment. 2, increase local input and decision-making for federal funds intended for our community. And 3, investing $145 billion over 6 years in innovative transit and mobility choices for small, medium, and large communities, especially for senior citizens. Investing in our Communities Act, H.R. 2772, which restores the tax exemption on single-use advanced bonds. 1, it allows state and local governments to take advantage of advanced refunding bonds to refinance outstanding debt prior to the bond's call date. 2, allows municipal government to achieve lower interest rates and substantial savings, which could be reinvested in additional infrastructure or used to lower local taxes. Reauthorizing the National Flood Insurance Program, H.R. 3167 and H.R. 3872 and S.B. 2187, which would provide additional funding for advanced mapping of flood zone and provide additional funding to help local communities mitigate risk of flooding. The Bills Act, H.R. 2831 and S.B. 1517, the Building U.S. Infrastructure by Leverage demands for Skills Act, which invests in work-based learning programs and support services within the infrastructure. The Digital Act, H.R. 4483 and SB 1517, which would establish new grant programs for state and communities to expand broadband access and digital literacy for residents, as well as federal program evaluation to identify the most promising practices for digital equality projects. Our county is considered a poor county, and therefore we are overlooked by many companies when it comes to this issue. We have many residents that do not have internet access, and with this pandemic, this bill would have really helped our students and their parents. It will be asked why I am championing for this. It has nothing to do with Hollister. Well, it does. Our students who do not have the opportunity to do their learning via Chromebook. Our students and or their parents had to drive into town to pick up packets and then return a few days later to return them. This happened every day for 3 months. Now, here's my meeting schedule. My first meeting was at 9 a.m. I met with Representative Ro Khanna. My second meeting was 9:30 a.m. with Senator Kamala Harris. My third was at 11:30 in Dianne Feinstein's office. At 1 p.m. I had a meeting with Representative Jimmy Panetta. And 4:30 I had a meeting with Representative Zoe Lofgren. And lastly, my last meeting was with Anna Eshoo. As you can see, I was in meetings all day. I did enjoy this for the sheer fact that I was helping my community. However, this was very exhausting. I also attended workshops titled Working with Your Planning and Economic Development Staff, what beneficially impacted me was there was a way for our community and city to work together for a common goal. One of the best parts of this class was the idea of how our city can accommodate growth. I attended several workshops on spreading and scaling innovative city approaches to address mental health, substance use, and homelessness, working across systems for better results, encampment principles and best practices, emergency response, and crisis stabilization. Cities leading the way, responding to individuals in behavioral health crisis via co-responder models, and finally the housing not handcuff campaign. I brought back lots of information, but within days of my return, COVID-19 hit our community. The reason I'm saying all this now is because it has been brought to my attention that Ignacio Velasquez and Roland Resendez think that I just went there to play. I did not. 5 days. My day started at 6 a.m. and ended at 9, 10 o'clock at night, talking to people, making contacts to help this city, to help this community. And I find it very disturbing that the person who calls himself mayor and his friend, Councilman Resendez, have the audacity to say that I went there to play with friends. I went there to learn. I went over my budget. I am truly sorry. It was not intentional. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. As you know, at the annual budget meeting, Councilwoman Honor Spencer reported that she took a trip to Washington, D.C., in which she reported that she went over her budget by $500. As a result of that report, I requested a detailed itemization of her expenditures. I also took it upon myself to reread the policy that describes these types of allowances for council. While reading the expenditures, I noticed that her hotel room was not shown on the current reports. I learned this morning that it was not shown because the payment is still pending. That payment is still pending, which is roughly around $1,700. The councilwoman claimed that she paid $500 payment overage, but that seems not to be the case. Upon further review of our policy, it clearly states that any trainings in which exceed the amount of $1,000 should be approved by the council or the mayor. That clearly was not the case here. The mayor and the council was not aware of the trip until after the trip had been taken by the councilwoman. After reading the policy, it is my understanding and my firm belief that the councilwoman is in clear breach of it, and she should be paying the entire amount of her trip to Washington, D.C. back. Lastly, I just want to say, it's not an I got you moment. It really isn't, and it's not personal. But if this would have been me, you have your campaign manager coming and attacking me every single week. There's no need for the drama or the mudslinging or the speeches that you want to give that other people are going to write.
I do, I guess.
Let's put this behind us. I agree you made a mistake. It could have been an honest mistake, but own up to it. You breached the policy. You went over not only by 500, but even more than that, and you did not get permission from the council as is stated in our policy. So that's my understanding of it. I'd like for us to look into that, and I'd like for you to, again, let's move past it. Like you said, own up to your mistakes and let's move past it. And I'm not the one that's yelling and saying, I hate these men after we speak and whatnot, or threatening to sue or have your friends threaten to sue. That is being dramatic, and that is dragging it into the mud.
Okay.
So we need to just move past it. There's no time for that.
And you're right, Roland. We do need to move past it. But when you sit there and say, I have my friends suing, that, no. I'm going to say something. You need to zip it, buddy.
We're going to move forward now. It's my turn. Councilmember Sanders, are you done with?
He lets him say whatever he wants.
Yep.
And you can't rebut it.
No, you can't.
I'm sorry,
You can't.
go ahead.
I said you let him say whatever he wants and we can't rebut it.
I can't hear you guys.
Of course not. Of course not.
I said you let him say whatever he wants and that's cool, but we can't ever rebut it.
Councilmember Sanders has the floor right now.
I'm all done speaking. I don't want to go back and forth. We all knew that we were going to have this conversation. There's no need to yell. You say your piece, I say my piece, let's move on. That's where the drama ensues, and we need to get past that.
Thank you. Okay. Let me clarify a few things. It's unfortunate that we have to have these discussions.
Oh, we're going to be
And it's
lectured now.
unfortunate you feel that you're being attacked or singled out. So let's make sure we're all clear on something. It's very important
Because I'm being singled out.
that we all recognize and acknowledge that we have rules and procedures for these trips. It's very important. It's called the City Council protocols. One of the reasons we put this together is in the past, we had a council member that really enjoyed making
Why are we
trips
talking about the past?
around the country for seminars. And it wasn't long before thousands and thousands of dollars were being billed. So we made it clear as a city, as a council, to put procedures in place so it would never happen again. And they're pretty fair, very lenient in the way that we allocated $2,500 per council member per year to attend any conference put together by the California League of Cities here in California. If you wanted to go to a conference put on by the California League of Cities, you have up to $2,500. If you have a committee that belongs to the California League of Cities, you are more than welcome to do it because training is important. One of the things we did recognize when we put these procedures and policies in place was we couldn't have council members just decided to take trips because they felt it was a good trip or something that new they would learn. If we did that, we'd all be taking trips every month. We all know we get invitations to go to New York, to Washington, D.C., to Hawaii, to Las Vegas, and so on. So that's why we specifically made it clear, very clear, that unless it was a California League of City event, you had to get permission from the council beforehand in order to get reimbursed. That was a very important part of this. We weren't ever saying you could not take a trip. If you just felt you had to go, you had to go. But that would be on your own dime, because we couldn't find a way to make that fair and realistic in our city. And that was pretty clear, and it's worked. Now, let's be clear, this trip alone cost nearly $4,000. $4,000. No authorization was given by the city council, as is the rule. And again, there's a reason we have these rules, so we're not all just taking trips. Sorry you feel
is there a rule?
that you're being attacked, but you're not. We're just pointing out
Then
the
why wasn't I
rules
told about this when
and
I
the
applied for
need
this?
to have to repay the city the $4,000
Why was it
because there was
approved?
no authorization, and you went way over your budget. And again, this is why we have these conversations ahead of time.
So I have to listen to
because
this.
maybe there was a reason. We can all agree as a city council that one of us needs to take a trip to the East Coast, something that could really benefit and we can see the results of in our city. But we can't all just make that decision on our own. We do it as a council and as a city to make sure we're following the policy. And again, the policy is very clear. That's why I was very surprised to find out that this trip even took place without anyone on the council knowing about it and getting the permission to go about it. We all know the rules. They've been given to us. And
I knew about it.
Very clear on it.
I knew about it.
So it's a shame it happened.
You knew about the
But
rules
it
or
happened.
me?
And the
I knew
right thing
about
to
the
do
conference.
is pay back the $4,000 and we move on, and hopefully you learn something from the trip. That's great. It's not singling you out. It's just part of how we have to be responsible for the dollars in our city. That's all this is. So please don't take it personally. Just take it as your role as a council member is to protect the residents here in Hollister and make
Okay.
sure you're spending their dollars wisely.
And you're right.
Next time,
You're right.
You can have a decision. You can do it some other way.
You know what, Ignacio? Doggone it. You are so right. You are so holier than thou.
And look up the city council protocols, and you'll see it in very clear, very, very clear about how this works.
Because
And
you
again,
always follow all
pay
the
back
protocols.
dollars, and we'll be fine. Nobody's accusing you of not learning
You use the
anything.
protocols
I'm
when
sure
it's
you did.
convenient for you.
But that's the way this works.
Your friend,
That's why
Mr.
we have to
Resendez, accused me of going to have fun.
Thank you.
And there was nobody with her.
Okay, we're
Can you
gonna move
explain
on.
that allegation?
Now,
Of course
city
not.
manager.
Yes. Actually, this is the planning
City manager,
staff.
I can barely hear you.
Sorry, the planning staff asked me to read this off for the general plan update. The city will be holding 4 visioning workshops this summer for our general plan update. Each workshop will be held via Zoom and hosted by our consultant PlaceWorks and city staff. The 4 workshops will be identical, so there's no need to attend each one. And they will be held at various
Really hard time hearing you. Can you speak up, please, Mr. City Manager?
okay, I'm closer to the mic. Will be held on various days and times to allow for as many to participate as possible. After the workshop, we will bring the draft vision document with all the feedback we received from the workshops to the General Plan Advisory Committee for review at the public GPAC meeting in August. The 4 workshop dates are Saturday, June 27th at 10 a.m., Tuesday, June 30th at 6 p.m., Wednesday, July 8th at 7 p.m. a.m. Thank you.
It's early.
Thursday, July 9th at 6 p.m. Zoom information will be released as we get closer to each date, but you can email generalplan@hollister.ca.gov with any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that update. City attorney?
Thank you. No statement, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, chief?
Thank you. Nothing to report.
Okay. Chief, can I really quick just say, I want to thank you again for how you handled the protest march the other day. I thought this staff was very professional.
Thank you.
City Clerk?
I have nothing to report.
All right. We're going to move to item G3.
Okay, I'll handle this one. As we've finally got these Zoom meetings down, we're feeling it's time to bring back the Airport Advisory Commission, the Planning Commission, and the Parks and Rec Commission. So that staff recommends that City Council provide a consensus to start holding the commission meetings, which now allow for teleconferencing, like say starting with the Airport Advisory Commission on June 24th, then to the Planning Commission on the 25th, and Parks and Rec on August 25th.
Okay, thank
So,
you. Does
thank you.
council have any questions on that?
Yes. Not so much. Okay. Well, no. I have another question. Do you suppose that if we do this tonight, that we'll bring the ad hocs soon, or is that another discussion? Will you reinstate the ad hocs if we reinstate Planning Commission?
I think by August we should be having that conversation.
But
So I don't see why we can't have that conversation the first meeting in August. We can look at that.
okay. Okay. I was just wondering.
That makes sense.
But for this item, we can proceed. Will we be able to proceed? The
Yeah.
staff's recommending that we do
Yes,
the
there's-
Airport Planning Commission and Parks and Rec.
Right. Is there a consensus from the
Yeah.
council? Do we have any speaker cards on this first?
Oh, quick question, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Do these ad hocs also, or sorry, do these commissions also go dark in July? I'm just wondering.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any speaker cards on this?
There are no speakers.
Okay. Is there a consensus that we move forward with some of these commissions again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, thank you, City Manager.
Thank you.
We're going to go to item G4.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Good evening. Again, Abraham Prado, Planning Manager with the Development Services Planning Department. This is an informational report regarding a letter received from the State of California Department of Housing and Development, Housing and Community Development, also known as HCD. A copy of the letter that was provided from HCD is actually attached in your transmittal as attachment 1. And this is also in regards to Ordinance 1183, Growth Management Ordinance, which the ordinance is attached as attachment 2. At its regular meeting of October 21st, 2019, the City of Hollister City Council adopted Ordinance 1183, Growth Management Program, an ordinance of the City Council amending the City of Hollister Municipal Code to incorporate a growth management ordinance. The council further directed staff to send the ordinance to HCD and request a determination from HCD indicating whether the growth management ordinance is consistent with the certified City of Hollister housing element and with new state housing law. It was made very apparent by the City Council after the adoption that we wanted to make sure that HCD was okay with the city's standing adopted housing element. Housing element is very beneficial to the City of Hollister in many ways. One of the most recent ways that we found it very beneficial is the grant that we received for parks, which helped fund the improvements of McCarthy Park just recently here in the City of Hollister. HCD provided a letter to the City of Hollister dated May 12, 2020, reporting the results of its review. Again, that's in attachment 1 of your transmittal. The letter indicates that the city must immediately void or suspend the growth management program. If Ordinance 1183, if the city fails to avoid or suspend the growth management program, HCD may determine the city's housing element no longer substantially complies with housing element law and take necessary enforcement action, including refer to the Attorney General. And that's quote on the letter. Therefore, tonight, staff is requesting that the City Council direct staff to return to the next regular City Council meeting of August 3rd, 2020 to formally repeal Ordinance 1183. Thank you. Are there any questions for staff?
Okay, any questions from council? I have a question for you, Abraham.
Sure.
We've been meeting the requirements as a city. Are we not?
As a city, we have been in good standing with HCD. We have annually, one of the requirements is that we annually report to HCD and the Office of Planning and Research, and with the general plan progress report and with an update to the housing element, and that we include that information about us meeting the regional housing needs allocation. And we have done that every year. At least since I've been here, we've been doing that every year. And the last time we did that was April 1st of this year. And we've done that. So we've been in compliance with the state of California, thanks to staff's preparation of the reports and the city council's review and adoption of these resolutions that we sent to them. That is correct, Mayor.
So we've been in compliance with our numbers for quite a while. Actually, we've been just fine. My issue has always been the state trying to tell us what to do and never giving us the funding for us to survive with it. I don't mind, as I've said many a times, I'm going to say this again, why I wanted the general plan updated and the infill within our own community. But I've always had the problem of just annexing more land to build more single-family homes.
That's what it's
about. The
about.
state made it very clear that they don't want to see prime ag land developed because they understand that it's part of the food chain, a very important part. And this is why we have to be careful on these things and understand what they're really asking for. I want more guidance before I'm going to sit there and disagree to some of the things they're saying. I think it's very important that we ask more questions before we just get bullied into having to do something for growth. That's my opinion.
And I'll have comment now, please.
Go ahead, Councilmember Lenore.
I don't know how much clearer it has to be to you that the state can tell us what to do. You like to keep thinking the state can't tell us what to do? I got news for you, Ignacio. They're going to tell us what to do. And if you don't start doing some proactive planning, you're backing us into a corner. And when I say lawsuits are coming, the lawsuits are coming because you're not doing it right. The state has told us. The state has told us.
If you have questions of Mr. Abraham, that would be great.
Excuse me, I'm making comment just like you did. No, I got an opinion just like you, and I'm stating it. Please don't interrupt me again. Thank you. Now, you're backing us into a corner, and this is a direct result of what you've been doing for the last few years before I even got on here. But this is what's happening. What don't you believe? That we're violating the intent of that they want us to do planning. I understand you don't want all the development all at once. But do you realize how long planning takes? Planning takes a long time from the inception of a pre-zoning annexation all the way through actually building the subdivision. It doesn't happen overnight. I don't understand what you're doing, but I guess you're going to need to learn the hard way, Ignacio, and it's coming. It's coming. Do you not understand? And it has nothing to do with ag land. The fact is you pander for votes with a no growth stance. You think that's going to keep winning you elections, but when these communities figure out that they're backed into a corner and the state is going to come and do our planning for us, they're going to tell us where to put it. They're going to tell us where to put it, and they're going to tell us how many units to put there, and then you're going to see what the state can do.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And it doesn't mean nothing to you, huh? Means absolutely nothing to you. No matter what we say, it never makes a difference.
We have a difference of opinion, Councilmember Lenore.
Yeah, and you're going to really screw this city.
I don't believe in some of the things you do, and that's okay. You don't believe some of the things I believe, and that's okay.
You have no basis for the things you do. That's all right. The state's going to show you.
Okay, the state can show me. Thank you.
Well, we're going to pay the price, Ignacio.
Any other?
What a stubborn guy you are.
Okay. You're making it personal for no reason.
No, it's everything I know from you on this council. I don't know you personally. I only know you from this council, and everything I see, I don't like.
You're going personal for no reason.
No, it's professional. I don't like your professionalism. I don't like your professionalism. I don't know you personally.
Thank you. All right, is there any speaker cards on this item?
There, Elias Salinas.
If you drive down Buena Vista, you will see housing projects. City, county, city, county, city, county. And you're the one who says that we shouldn't have a spot here and a spot there. Yet when it comes before the council, you vote no. Yet that's what you're running on, is to say to the public that I don't want all these pockets all over. We need to take care of these pockets. You're not taking care of the pockets. There was a project on, I think it was on West Street or West Side, I don't even remember it anymore now. They want to do annex. They're surrounded by the city and they want to annex. And you wanted to force the property to develop it into a park, and then you would approve it. They didn't want to do a park. They wanted to do family dwellings, apartment units, which is what we lack in the city. It's not the city's responsibility or your responsibility to tell the state that we don't need your help, because it's not about help. It's about maintaining what the state mandates. And the state is telling the city of Hollister, the county of San Benito, and the city of San Juan Bautista that we are behind on housing. The city has one city attorney that gives you a legal advice. The state of California has a staff of attorneys that came down and said, you're wrong, city of Hollister, San Juan Bautista, and the county of San Benito. And you stand there before us right now on the dais or wherever you are hiding behind on the camera back there, because you're supposed to be showing your face, and saying that you're the one that's correct, but you're not correct. Unfortunately, you're not. And you keep saying no, and we just had a project denied earlier because they're doing it right, but it doesn't make you happy. The city is going to cost, it's going to cost the city money. It's not costing you any money because it doesn't come out of your pocket. It comes out of the pocket of the constituents of the city of Hollister, and those are who you represent, and not your personal opinion, but you must listen to the legal opinion of what the state is telling you that we have to do.
I'll repeat my earlier comment as Abraham repeated. We are meeting the requirements of the state, and we have been meeting the requirements of the state. So thank you very much. Let's not confuse the public.
That's a false,
Mr. Mayor,
that's false
I have to point
direction.
that out as well. Mr. Prado clearly stated that we're within compliance.
But you
Yet
won't
we
be
have
next
the
year.
public speaker
But you
saying
won't be
otherwise.
next year. You will
It's
not be in
clear.
compliance next year.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking.
Councilmember Resendez has the floor right now. Thank you.
Oh, you don't interrupt him, that's for sure. You always interrupt
Okay.
me though, and you interrupt
Thank
Marty
you.
all the time.
Councilmember Resendez has the floor.
And then I'll move
Go
on.
ahead, sir.
It's become very tiresome to see this speaker come up here again and again and make these accusations and spread misinformation. And you know what? I think that it's exhausting not only for
Talking about the
myself, but the
public.
staff and the council, and we just need to call it
Who's
like it
spreading
is. That
misinformation?
is not true.
No.
We just heard a correct statement, and then you came up here and made a correctly inaccurate statement. Yet again, false. Thank
We'll
you.
see about next
Okay,
year, Roland.
I have something to
Thank you.
say. Excuse
Go
me.
ahead, Councilmember Spencer, go ahead.
Thank you.
All you have to do is
Abraham, we're in compliance right now, right?
Not next year.
At this time, we have been, yes.
At this time. Next year, are we going to be in compliance?
Per the letter, if we don't take action on the letter, it seems like we will not be in compliance.
So 1 year from right now, excuse me, Ignacio.
Quit trying to twist it, Ignacio. We're in
I'm
trouble.
talking.
You don't get it.
So right now, what Ms. Salinas just said is true, that we are going to be out of compliance. So she was not giving misinformation, right?
Yeah, so really regarding the letter, that's to make reference to the letter, That is what HCD is insinuating, and if Ms. Salinas was referring to the letter, then that is correct.
So if Ms. Salinas was referring to the letter, I'm referring to the letter. At this time next year, we will be out of compliance. So there is no misinformation. Nobody's lying. Nobody's talking out of whatever. Okay, that's what I want to know, because I want the information out there, and I want this community to know that in 12 months, we will be out of compliance and we will be in trouble with the state of California. Am I correct in saying that?
Per the letter, that's what it insinuates.
Per the
and,
letter.
And so that is why we are here asking for direction to go back to the state. We're just following what the state is asking us per the letter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much,
those
Abraham.
0 units, right, Roland? 0 units. We
Okay.
want to build 0 units.
Okay, is that it, all the questions?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
So at this time,
can,
did you need anything
yeah,
today?
this,
Abraham?
yeah, staff asked for direction.
Right.
Well, we're going to come back and repeal the ordinance.
Who's gonna bring it? Councilmember, I'm sorry, who?
It was me. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Prado, how much time do we have?
We don't have a specific time frame. It just indicated on the letter. Basically, it indicates that we should repeal or suspend. The Housing Crisis Act at this point is until 2025. We're not sure if that is something that the state may consider to extend, but just by going with the letter, I quote, the letter says the city must immediately void or suspend the growth management program, ordinance 1183. Doesn't specify specifically a date. It does indicate though immediately.
Okay, so they want us to suspend the growth management plan that we all unanimously adopted.
Correct. And
Excuse me,
Oh,
I voted
Honor
no.
didn't.
What-
I did not vote yes for that. I said no.
it wasn't
It was not
unanimous.
unanimous.
I just wanted
But-
to send a number to the state so we could get a response. Well, we got the response. And
That-
it's not a good response.
That is correct. And the growth management ordinance, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Rowland, and Councilmember Honor and Lenore, I have it here in front of me, but it does indicate that it would be valid through the adoption of the general plan. So when the general plan was adopted, it would either sunset, or at that time we could look at it again to see if we wanted to pursue the growth management ordinance. I do want to say that right now, just as it is right now, 2019, we only approved one tentative map. It was one tentative map that was actually already approved. It was 1650. Today we actually did the CFDs for it. 1650 Cienega Road, the Matthews property. And so, not to say that we are not going to get any more additional tentative maps, but that was the one that we approved, just one last year. We actually did do pretty good in the multifamily aspect. We actually approved about 5 multifamily developments, which is great because the community needs it. And I want to thank the council on that, because I think everybody is in agreement with the need of multifamily units, with the need of affordable housing units, and I think the community has been responding to that. And last year was a good year regarding entitlement only, not necessarily building, but entitlement. It was just one tentative map with 4 single-family homes and 4 ADUs, and most of them was multifamily, and so that information was sent to the state. And so, in regards to the pending or the existing growth management ordinance, the state is indicating that they would require the immediate either suspension or void, which is why we're here today making that request. Mr. Mayor, you indicated you wanted additional information, or you had more questions. We can certainly reach out to the state and provide those questions in regards to if they have a specific time, and come back to you, or if you have any questions for us to ask, we'd be more than happy to do that as well.
Thank you. And
You're
this
welcome.
is what I'm trying to get to. Making sure we understand what's going on. Making sure we all understand that over
You
2,000
don't
units are already
understand.
approved.
Which
in
aren't
our
part of
city,
this subject.
and a few thousand more in the county.
You're the one
So
that
we have
doesn't
quite
understand,
a bit of
Ignacio.
homes that can still be built. The questions I want to know is exactly the requirements that they're asking for, Does it include sprawl onto prime ag land? Does it include more urban density, which I'm more in favor of? I've talked about this many times. There's a lot of things we can do and do it right. But if we go back to the old way of just answering it by saying, just build more single family homes on every piece of dirt we have, we're not solving anything. All we're doing is creating more traffic.
We're
more
not saying
death for our
that. We're not
community.
saying that.
And
Quit
this is the
speaking
bad
for me.
timing I don't want to be a part of. This
Quit
is what I keep
speaking
talking
for
about. So let's
me.
get some answers on exactly what it means.
Nope. We need
As
affordable
far as what
housing. We need
they're
apartments.
looking for
Quit delaying.
overall.
Delay. You want
And
to
be
talk?
clear, because in
Delay.
their
You're a delay
paperwork
tactic.
themselves
Nobody's
pointed out
listening to you.
that
You're a
they're
delay
discouraging
tactic.
growth on prime ag land.
That's not the
That was
subject
very-
here. We have a
that was very
housing
clear.
crisis. Housing
So we want
crisis.
to make sure we have
Hey.
a full understanding rather than just saying, yes, we can just keep building more because that's what the state wants.
You don't care that we have a housing crisis? You don't care? You don't care that we have a housing crisis? We have a housing crisis in California. You clearly don't care that we have a housing crisis in California.
Can you please?
No, because you need to be quiet. You don't speak for me. I'm not in agreement with you.
I'm running this meeting right now.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care. You show me disrespect all the time. Nope, quit speaking for me. You do not speak for me. You're delaying this. You just don't get it. You accuse us of not knowing planning when you don't know planning. I got 40 years of planning under my belt. What do you have?
As I've said, I want to make sure we're clear about what is the state really looking for. I get they're saying we need more growth to house all the people they say we need to house. But what exactly does that mean? Where does it mean more single family? Does it mean
Means more apartments.
high density?
Apartments.
We know that's what they want. They want more high density. We need more affordable housing. We need more senior housing. We know these things. That's what I want to clearly understand, because I don't want to hear that we just need to accept another 100 acres of farmland because that's what we need more single family homes. I want to be clear about it. Now, if the state's going to say that's what they want, then let's make it clear to the public that's what the state's saying. And we either refuse to go along with them and we chart our own course on some of these penalties, or we go along with them and create more problems for ourselves.
Charter the course of not getting any more grants. You don't want any grants for this city
Go
either.
ahead, Councilor Sanders.
Thank you. Mr. Prado, how soon before you can get those questions? And then, are they pretty responsive? And then how soon can we get this agendized would be my second question.
Thank you, Mr. Resendez. We did reach out to HCD. We adopted the ordinance back in October 21st. We sent the letter out to them October 31st. Actually, I have a copy of the letter. And we didn't really get the response till May 12th. We understand everybody is super busy and they have a full schedule. But we can assure you that we can reach out to them as soon as possible. We'll try to reach out to them as soon as tomorrow, and see if we can get those answers to your questions, Mr. Mayor, and any other questions you may have, and come back to you soon with that.
And that's all I'm asking for.
Okay.
Let's get some clarity to some of those questions so then we can have a good discussion about this.
We actually have a call with them tomorrow.
Ignacio, it's you bullying us.
Councilmember Lenore,
Can you please stop
Councilmember
shouting?
Lenore, you're being
Ask the
disruptive. Councilmember Resendez, please.
Because I'm tired of this baloney.
You're being disruptive. You're being very unprofessional right now. Let's just get
So
through
are
this.
you. You're
We don't agree.
unprofessional every
We can agree
meeting.
on that.
Quit
So we're
lecturing
gonna move
us.
on now.
Quit lecturing
It
us.
is
I don't come up here to be lectured by you.
well, Councilmember Lenore,
You do
we
not
don't
get to lecture me in
anytime
planning.
we want to screen out.
You don't know
Just
what the
because
heck
we're not
you're
happy
doing.
with something. So we're gonna go ahead and move on. Abraham, again, the question, to schedule this, can we schedule this once we have that information? Would that be the first meeting in August or the second meeting in August? What is your view on that?
As soon as we can get the responses for that, we can schedule it back, and we can do that first. If we actually have a meeting with them tomorrow.
And then we can have that
No, you'll get no consensus from me tonight on this issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Is that it then? Thank you, Abraham. All right. well,
Thank you.
There's no business on HIJK. Is there a motion to adjourn? I move that we adjourn. Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
A no answer is an aye. In case you didn't know the protocols.
Okay.
Yeah.